He's ready.
Are you ready, Ranking Member? I think we got a quorum, so if you're ready, I'm ready. If everybody could be seated, please. The committee will come to order for the first meeting of the 119th Congress. A quorum is present, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. I want to welcome all returning and new members of the committee. We have several items on the agenda today. First, Ranking Member Waters and I will introduce the new members of the committee on both sides of the aisle. We will approve the Republican and Democratic naming resolutions. We'll adopt the committee rules for the 119th Congress. We will authorize our new Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity Task Force. And we will finally adopt the committee's authorization and oversight plan for the 119th Congress. But first, I'd like to take a moment of silence, if I could ask all our members to show their respect and in a moment of silence for our good colleague, Roger Williams, who lost his wife of 41 years last week, Patty. She died over the weekend of glioblastoma, a horrible disease. And also, if we could add into our moment of silence, our colleague, the conference chair for the Republicans, Lisa McClain, who lost her mother-in-law last week. So please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you for that. We will keep Lisa's family and Roger and his family in our prayers. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. I want to start by welcoming all of our members of the Financial Services Committee as we begin our important work in the 119th Congress. To our returning members, welcome back. We're grateful to have your wisdom and experience for the next 2 years. To our new members, welcome. The enthusiasm, dedication with which you approach your work will benefit each of us. First, I want to address what we incorporated in the new House rule authorizing electronic voting in the committee's practice. As returning members know, the committee entered the 21st century last Congress by voting electronically in our last markup. I intend to continue the practice and look forward to working with the ranking member to employ electronic voting as soon as the chairs of the House Administration and Rules Committees promulgate the rules around the use of this technology. Since our founding, America is a nation of contrasts, and nowhere are those contrasts more apparent or more clearly reflected than in the U.S. House of Representatives. This amazing, robust people's house is a microcosm of our citizens at large. Like our constituents who elected us, the members of this House love their country and want to ensure that the future is bright and sound for all of us. Although we may approach solving problems differently, and we may advocate for differing policy solutions, we each are here to do the work of our constituents. As chairman, it's my job to guide this committee through the work for the American people that they have entrusted us with as their representatives. I will enforce the rules of the House and the rules of this committee in a fair, balanced, and forthright manner. And as such, we will not be voting by electronic device today before the approval of our rules. We'll work every day to improve the quality and condition of financial regulation so that competitive, accessible financial products and services can be successfully used by all Americans to build brighter futures for themselves and their loved ones. To start, I've laid out an ambitious agenda focused on the issues that will help Americans in all corners of our nation and help them achieve their pursuit of happiness, their American dream. We will focus on building a vibrant community banking system to ensure that every family in every town has access to capital. We will bring legal clarity to digital assets, providing innovators with new tools to build decentralized financial products and services that can empower people to help one another and assure that America will remain a leader in this financial technology. We'll continue to broaden financial literacy and investment opportunities, bringing the potential for wealth creation closer to more Americans. We will focus on protecting the global role and value of the dollar by addressing crushing inflation and closely examining the Federal Reserve Board's monetary policies. We will also protect consumers by enhancing their financial privacy, reinvigorate the housing market with common sense reforms, and continue to provide strong oversight of how our financial regulators wield the mighty power that they hold. But ultimately, the agenda of this committee will be authored in final measure by our members. I will empower our subcommittees to use their own expertise to develop new ideas and advance new solutions. As we've demonstrated time and time again last Congress, this committee works best when it works in a successful bipartisan fashion. And it's my intention that we'll continue that work in this Congress. To that end, allow me to extend my congratulations to Ranking Member Waters for her continued service in leading the Democrats on this committee. I know together we have the potential to accomplish a great deal. I look forward to the work that we have in store during this Congress. We have the opportunity over the next 2 years to make meaningful, positive changes to the structure and oversight of the U.S. financial system and bring opportunity and prosperity to millions of Americans and to improve the lives of the men and women who called on us to serve. In November, the American people entrusted Republicans in the executive and legislative branches to enhance prosperity, improve access to capital, empower a technological transformation, and demand accountability of their government. This committee will lead the way. We must deliver for our citizens. Let's get to work. We have 6 outstanding new members of the committee this Congress from the Republican side of the aisle, and I'd like to welcome back, I'd like to introduce them, and first, welcome back after an 8-year hiatus, the gentleman from Indiana, Marlin Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman is a 4th-generation farmer and entrepreneur owning several business ventures. Congressman Stutzman will fall right back into place with his past solid experience on this committee. We're excited to welcome another member of the House Republican leadership, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Congresswoman Lisa McClain, who currently serves as the chairwoman for House Republicans by leading our House Republican Conference. Her intensity and passion for her constituents and more than 3 decades of successful business experience will help our committee be successful, focusing on America's families and businesses. Next is the distinguished Congresswoman from Coral Gables, Florida, Maria Salazar. She's the daughter of Cuban exiles. She's a passionate member of our conference in the fight against communism and authoritarianism in the Western Hemisphere. Congresswoman Salazar and I served together in the last Congress on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and I witnessed firsthand that she will bring that talent, that expertise to this committee in our fight against Chinese influence in the hemisphere. One of our freshman members, Troy Downing of Helena, Montana, joins the committee. He's an Air National Guard veteran and served 2 tours in Afghanistan. After his military service, Troy was a technology entrepreneur and served as Montana's state auditor, commissioner of securities and insurance, and land board commissioner. That brings a great state perspective to this committee and his knowledge of state-based insurance regulation. From Florida's Space Coast, we welcome Mike Herodopoulos. Mr. Herodopoulos served in the Florida legislature for 12 years, including 2 years as the president of the Senate, and he has extensive experience in academia and in business consulting. More importantly, I must say this absolutely, ranking member, Mr. Herodopoulos earned a master's degree from the University of Arkansas. So he's an avid Razorback fan, go Hogs. And finally, Tim Moore from Kings Mountain, North Carolina joins us. Tim was the Speaker of the House in North Carolina for 10 years until he came to Congress. Congressman Moore's career as a lawyer, Speaker of the North Carolina House, will be important as he serves as Vice Chair of the committee's Oversight and Investigations Committee. So we're truly blessed with talent and experience from our new members joining our very talented group of returning members. With that, I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman from California, the ranking members, Maxine Waters, for a point of personal privilege to introduce her members, and then for 5 minutes of any opening remarks that she may have. Ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Before I give my opening statement, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to briefly introduce our new Democratic members to the committee. Representative Cleo Fields is returning to the Financial Services Committee after, I would dare say, a brief hiatus. He represents Louisiana, 6th Congressional District, and previously served on our committee in the 103rd and the 104th Congress. Representative Fields is an attorney and has also served in the Louisiana State Senate. Next, Representative Janelle Bynum, who hails from Oregon's 5th Congressional District, is the first Oregon member to serve on our committee in 28 years. She previously served in the Oregon House of Representatives, and in that capacity served as the chair of the House Committee on Economic Development and Small Business. Ms. Bynum also brings a wealth of knowledge as a small business owner. And finally, Representative Sam Liccardo, who represents California's 16th Congressional District. He previously served as the mayor of San Jose in California and as a member of San Jose's City Council. Prior to his election to public office, he served as a criminal prosecutor in the Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office. So I'd like to welcome our new members to the committee, but I also want to welcome all of our returning members of the committee, and especially congratulate Congressman French Hill on his chairmanship. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chair, and the members on this committee to address the needs of all people in America. And now I'll turn to my opening statement. Today we're here to adopt the rules and oversight plan for the Financial Services Committee in the 119th Congress. Unfortunately, the oversight plan and rules put forward by my colleagues on the opposite side of the aisle notably has several critical gaps or changes from prior Congresses that exclude urgent and critical matters for the American public. Chairman Hill, as you know, the American people have told us time and time again that the cost of living is too high. The oversight plan before us, however, does nothing to respond to the needs of American families. In fact, nowhere in this plan is there any consideration for the costly junk fees that saddle the American public every day. For example, many Americans have to pay non-refundable application fees to a prospective landlord that may not even look at their application. The oversight plan also does not describe how the committee will consider federal programs with billions of dollars to help struggling small businesses grow and thrive. The plan is silent about the pain millions of families experience trying to pay their rent or mortgage, keep food on the table, or save for retirement because of the increasingly unaffordable cost of living. Mr. Chairman, this plan also misses the mark and fails to lay out how this committee plans to work on behalf of the American people. It is also troubling that the plan appears silent on several critical issues regarding our national security. For example, there was a significant amount of effort on both sides of the aisle to work with the Biden administration on a rulemaking over setting guardrails around U.S. firms that invest in our adversaries like China and Russia. And yet the plan does not mention outbound investment restrictions. Not only that, the plan omits references to persistent dangers to our financial system, including discrimination and climate change. We need look no further than current events like the wildfires in Los Angeles County or the snowstorm currently gripping the Deep South to see the impacts of climate disasters on our fellow Americans. This committee should consider how the insurance markets are responding to these disasters. It is also alarming that the plan leaves out any oversight of big banks, Wall Street firms, crypto companies, and countless other financial institutions. It was not lost on the American public when Trump moved his inauguration inside. There were only a few seats available to attend, but the Billionaire Boys Club all got one. Mr. Chairman, the mega billionaires like co-president Elon Musk, who rode Trump's coattails, are salivating at the thought of looting our country. They would love nothing more than for this committee and Congress to turn a blind eye to what they're doing. And finally, while there are several mentions in the plan about how this committee will review the previous administration's safeguards and protections in place for the American public, the plan is notably silent about reviewing the actions by the current president, including potential conflicts of interest that may put our national security at risk. Hours before Trump took office and his family launched meme coins that have shot up in value, reportedly increasing his personal wealth and possibly providing a backdoor for sanctioned persons, hostile governments, and other bad actors to give money to Trump directly. Today, the committee Democrats will offer amendments that focus on solutions to the challenges facing America's families and small businesses that hold corporate America, the billionaire class, and the federal government accountable. But everyone deserves a safe, affordable, and decent place to live, and an economy that works for all, and financial system that no longer benefits Wall Street at the expense of Main Street. Other than that, I look forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The gentlewoman yields back. I look forward to our discussion today. Let me start by going over the calendar or the schedule for today. We have two vote series planned in the House today, one at 1:30 and the second at 4:30. It's the chair's intention to go as far as we can until we need to recess for that first vote series. We'll resume immediately following votes and continue to the 4:30 vote series, at which time we will recess, and we'll see how it goes from there. And knowing every member wants to make expeditious work of our debate today, we will see how it goes. The first order of business is the appointment of members to the subcommittees. I now call up and recognize myself to offer a naming resolution appointing the Republican members to the subcommittee, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the resolution.
A resolution offered by Chairman Hill electing majority members to the subcommittees of the Committee on Financial Services.
Without objection, the resolution will be considered as read, and the resolution agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now call up the resolution offered by Ranking Member Waters, appointing the Democratic members to the subcommittees, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the resolution.
A resolution offered by Ranking Member Waters electing minority members to the subcommittees of the Committee on Financial Services.
Without objection, the resolution will be considered as read and agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice in Clause 2A of the House Rule 611, I now call up the resolution providing for the committee rules of the 119th Congress, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the resolution.
A resolution offered by Chairman Hill to adopt the rules of the Committee on Financial Services pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the House of Representatives. Resolved that the rules of the Committee on Financial Services for the 119th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution shall be considered read and open for amendment at any point. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes to explain the changes that are in this rules package. The resolution before us today adopts the committee rules from the last Congress as the committee rules for this Congress with some differences. First, we've incorporated the new House rule authorizing electronic voting into the committee's practice, as I mentioned earlier. Separately, members will see in the rules package changes related to the jurisdictions of the subcommittees. Let me just say at the outset, I have my priorities, just as the previous chair of this committee did in the 118th Congress, and when the ranking member had her priorities in the 116th and 117th Congresses. These priorities include ensuring the committee is on top of rapidly advancing technology, such as the use of artificial intelligence in the financial system, making our community banking companies competitive and great again, providing a clear regulatory framework for digital assets, and promoting innovative consumer payment products. I believe we should take a closer look at the Federal Reserve's responsibilities when it comes to monetary policy to ensure that we're maintaining the dominance of the U.S. dollar around the world. Mr. Lucas will talk more about this initiative when we consider the resolution authorizing the formation of a monetary policy, treasury market resilience, and economic prosperity task force. The changes to the subcommittee's jurisdictions together with the task force resolution that we will adopt reflect how the committee will address these issues. Moreover, as every member on the committee knows, there were several Supreme Court cases issued in the last Congress, including the landmark decision in Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo. Each subcommittee will be empowered to examine those statutes within its jurisdiction to ensure they are consistent with current Supreme Court directives. Finally, this rules package includes technical changes to conform with House rules, such as restating the procedures around depositions. I look forward to working with you in the 119th Congress. I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further discussion or amendment to the resolution?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized, and we will pause while copies of that amendment are distributed.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Vice Chairman of the committee. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment offered by Mr. Green.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a simple 3-word addition to the language that we currently have, and it acknowledges the jurisdiction of our committee. Mr. Chairman, the Fair Housing Act of 1968 prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, national origin, familial status, disability, religion, and national origin. Mr. Chairman, I would pause for a moment to say this. When it comes to disability, we have a good many people who are discriminated against when they have animals that are to aid them with their disability. This amendment will aid those persons and prevent them from being discriminated against. When it comes to religion, there are persons who will wear religious paraphernalia when they are seeking housing, and they are discriminated against. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is an amendment that is absolutely necessary to ensure equality of housing for all. This committee is responsible for overseeing the Department of Housing and Urban Development's enforcement of fair housing, yet the committee rules are silent on this key jurisdictional equity. That's why my amendment adds reference to fair housing enforcement as part of the committee's housing jurisdiction. Highlighting the committee's ongoing need to monitor these issues, we saw yet another year of record-breaking levels of housing discrimination complaints filed in 2023. Indeed, housing disparities persist, and especially during a national housing and homelessness crisis. The ripple effects of discrimination harm communities and our national economy, whether it's in the form of increased homelessness, unequal pricing, neighborhood disinvestment, or unhealthy living conditions. In fact, major financial institutions like Citibank have estimated that tens of trillions of dollars have been drained from the national GDP due to racial disparities in housing alone. But no matter who you are, whether you're a person with a hidden or physical disability, or a single parent with children, or whether you're from another country, from the inner city, or Appalachia, the Fair Housing Act protects you. I do urge members to support this amendment, and I do so because I have had literally persons who have complained at my office of being discriminated against when it comes to housing issues. I know what can happen when a veteran is attempting to achieve fair housing by simply walking into an office with an animal that is to aid that veteran with movement as the person traverses the property. There are some people who do not want animals on their property, and as a result, they discriminate. We should not allow our veterans to be discriminated against in this fashion. There are some people who don't want persons of a certain religion on their property. When persons have their religious paraphernalia displayed, there are people who will discriminate against them. It is up to us, Mr. Chairman, to prevent this type of invidious discrimination from persisting. We have done it, we can continue to do it, but I think to do it, we have to acknowledge the jurisdiction of the committee over this area of housing. And I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, this amendment, it relates to the rights protected under the Fair Housing Act and our shared goal of combating illegal housing discrimination. As we all know, the Fair Housing Act of 1968 makes it illegal to refuse to sell or rent a dwelling to any person because of their race, color, religion, sex, familial status, or national origin. Like ensuring resident safety, combating such discrimination is a commitment the committee takes seriously, which is why our oversight plan makes that point crystal clear. The oversight plan specifically states that the committee will, and I quote, ensure housing units are maintained in decent, safe, and sanitary condition, and that no person is subject to illegal discrimination in housing practices, end quote. In addition to holding responsible parties accountable, the committee's oversight efforts will be aided once again by receiving testimony from inspectors general of our housing agencies who appeared not once but twice before the committee in the 118th Congress. The committee will also continue to welcome the testimony of Housing Authority whistleblowers, as we did at the May 2024 subcommittee hearing, so that we can investigate claims of discrimination and other illegal housing practices. With that, I urge all the members to oppose this amendment. Now yield back.
Gentleman from Nebraska yields back. The ranking member from California is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I strike the last word. Earlier this week, we honored the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose work led to the historic passage of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, just 7 days after his assassination. While we continue to see illegal housing discrimination on the rise, as Mr. Green pointed out, we know that this is just a fraction of all of the incidents that go unreported. In fact, last year, Zello found that over half of all survey respondents across 26 major U.S. cities reported having experienced housing discrimination, even starker outcomes among surveyed renters, young adults, and people of color. I want to thank Ranking Member Green for introducing this amendment to ensure our committee rules reflect this body's important fair housing jurisdiction. So I urge members on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, would you yield to me, please?
I yield to the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would point out to my friend that the language he has cited is not in the plan. It is in the rules package, and not in the rules package, but in the plan. And I would hope that we could insert jurisdiction where it belongs. The three words are fair housing enforcement. Those three words, if what the gentleman is saying is correct, in no way counteracts anything that he has said. In fact, they would support what he has said. And I would hope that we can pass this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes himself to strike the last word. Appreciate my friend from Houston on this important amendment, and there's not a person on this committee that doesn't support absolute enforcement of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which I'll remind all the observers, as the distinguished gentleman from Houston noted, it is illegal to refuse to sell or rent a dwelling to any person because of their race, color, religion, sex, familial status, or national origin. And ensuring resident safety and combating such discrimination is a commitment of this committee that takes seriously. And the reason why I know it takes it seriously is because in our oversight plan, which we will be discussing and debating in a few minutes, specifically states the committee will ensure housing units are maintained in a decent, safe, sanitary condition, and that no person is subject to illegal discrimination in housing practices. I also would say to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, I started out my modest Capitol Hill career as a young staffer on the Senate Housing Subcommittee in the 1980s, and one of my boss's priorities, a great Texan, John Tower of Texas, offered an amendment for Section 202 housing for the elderly in public housing, the opportunity to have pets in public housing, which was prohibited by the federal government at that time, knowing that pets can provide comfort, and as you noted, pets can provide also important skills in today's animal-human connection. So I hear what the gentleman says, but I believe we have taken into account these key elements, and I would urge my colleagues to reject the amendment in light of the fact that we've adequately covered it.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will yield to the ranking member.
Thank you so very much. Mr. Green, can you take a moment to, well, let me ask the chair.
Yeah.
If the chair, I'm yielding to you, would you take a moment to go over specifically each one of the allegations that are being made by Mr. Green and speak directly to what he's requesting?
Well, I'd be happy to entertain a colloquy with the gentleman from Texas on the 2 minutes and 45 seconds I have left. And so, Mr. Green, I'm happy to engage in a colloquy with you if you'd like, sir.
I thank the chair and the ranking member. Mr. Chairman, this language is not offensive. This language in no way negates any aspect of what you would have in the oversight plan. What it does is confirm in the rules that this is within the jurisdiction of the committee. And I would ask you, how is it that this language is somehow repulsive if it, in fact, helps rather than harms?
Well, I appreciate the gentleman's comment. No one has described this language with any pejorative adjective whatsoever. In fact, I completely agree that there's no role for discrimination at all in housing under the Fair Housing Act of '68. I'm grateful for your comments. But our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Flood of Nebraska, and his ranking member, Mr. Cleaver, I have no doubt have full authority under our House subcommittee rules to address this issue, and that's why I don't believe the amendment is necessary. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Is there any other discussion on this amendment? Is not, does the gentleman from Michigan insist on his point of order?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Is there any other further debate or discussion? The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Texas and the ranking member have asked for a recorded vote. It's been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered without objection. The further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. Is there any further debate or amendment to the House committee rule package?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts is recognized to strike the last word.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I believe I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause while the amendments from Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts is distributed. Have all members received the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment offered by Mr. Lynch, starting on page 18, line 6, add "and quantum computing."
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I call on the gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member of the Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence Committee, to be recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to congratulate my friend and colleague, Mr. Hill, for his selection as chair of the full committee. And thank you for your thoughtful gift. I was sort of hoping for chocolate. This does not look like it will be chocolate, but I want to thank you.
The gentleman may eat it if he would like to, though.
Thank you, but I thank you for your kindness to all of us. Thank you. I did enjoy working with Mr. Hill last Congress on digital assets, financial technology, and inclusion on that subcommittee, and the working group on artificial intelligence, and I do look forward to continuing our work together in this Congress. I'd also like to congratulate Ms. Waters for her continued leadership as ranking member of this committee. And I do appreciate the addition. I also want to congratulate Mr. Stile, who is the new selection as chair of the Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence. I appreciate the addition of artificial intelligence to the Digital Asset and Financial Technology Subcommittee's jurisdiction, and I do look forward to continuing the bipartisan collaboration we began last Congress on the working group on artificial intelligence. My amendment, Mr. Chairman, would add quantum computing to the jurisdiction of the Digital Assets, FinTech, and AI Subcommittee. Quantum computing has the potential to be the next great technology of our time, and because of the potential impacts on the financial services sector, including for artificial intelligence and crypto, the Financial Services Committee should, I believe, stand at the forefront of studying this technology and exploring important guardrails to protect our national security and our financial system. In the past few months, some of our tech giants like Google and Microsoft have made huge strides in quantum computing. In December, Google released that its quantum computer was able to perform tasks in less than 5 minutes that other supercomputers could not complete in 10 septillion years. And just last week, Microsoft declared 2025 as the year to become quantum ready. At the same time, reporting shows that our adversaries are also pushing forward with quantum computing technology, with China saying it had put more than $15 billion into quantum research. And experts have warned that bad actors could use quantum computers to de-encrypt sensitive information, which could include the cryptography at the root of our cryptocurrencies. The federal government has made important steps toward protecting our nation from quantum computing cybersecurity threats. For example, last year, the National Institute of Standards and Technology at the Department of Commerce released algorithms for encryption that could withstand some quantum computing cyber attacks. We must continue this important work. We should not pass up this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to bolster American competitiveness and protect our national security. And for these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. In closing, I would ask unanimous consent for the committee to accept into the record an August 17th article in Bloomberg Law entitled "Quantum Computing Could Threaten Blockchain," close quote, and a January 11, 2024 article, Quantum Computing, What Leaders Need to Know Now, and that's produced by MIT Sloan School. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. I yield such time 5 minutes to strike the last word of the ranking member.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word. In the 116th and 117th Congresses, under my leadership as chair, our committee began its leading role in financial technology and artificial intelligence with the first ever task forces on these issues. Now, committee Democrats are again at the forefront of exploring new technologies to protect our financial system and national security. So I commend Mr. Lynch for offering this important amendment to add quantum computing to the jurisdiction of the Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence. Mr. Chairman, last Congress, you even pointed out quantum computing during 2 subcommittee on digital assets, financial technology, and inclusion hearings, saying during your opening statement for one hearing, and I quote, "There are many exciting new technologies like digital assets, quantum computing, and the greater use of artificial intelligence," end quote. I agree, and given our shared interest in emerging technology like quantum computing, this should be an easy amendment for our Republican colleagues to support. I urge members on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, is recognized, ranking member of the Capital Markets Subcommittee.
I would like to speak after we deal with this amendment. I have another.
As you wish. And let us again say we're thinking about you and all your citizens in the Pacific Palisades, Mr. Sherman. Who else, is there other members seeking to be recognized on Mr. Lynch's amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. As always, I'm the first to admit when someone is as persuasive as the ranking member on this particular amendment, and I've had a tremendous partnership with ranking member Lynch on our Financial Technology Subcommittee in the 118th Congress. And I am grateful for ranking member Waters when she served as chair and setting up the task forces on artificial intelligence and financial technology. I think she put our committee in a place of, we lowered the slope of our learning curve due to your leadership. I think Chairman McHenry was able to build on that successfully. I believe that Mr. Lynch and I saw the power of quantum when we were in MIT together last year. We took our subcommittee up to MIT, and In Boston, we talked about financial technology, artificial intelligence, and the role of quantum. I think quantum computing is a national security challenge. I think it's also a commercial business challenge, and I think he's outlined that very well. Mr. Himes, who serves as the ranking member on the House Intelligence Committee, knows well the challenges of quantum in a national security context. So I would accept the gentleman's amendment to the financial technology section, and I would urge us to consider it by voice if we might.
I thank the gentleman for his courtesy. Thank you.
There's no further debate or discussion. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Lynch. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you very much.
Is there further debate or amendment on the resolution?
Yes.
Gentleman
Move
from
to strike the last
California,
word.
mentioned he was in line queue
Right.
first, so I'll recognize the gentleman from California to strike the last word.
I want to thank the chair for creating the Monetary Policy Subcommittee and thank the ranking member for letting me serve on it. I want to thank the chair for his comments on how important it is that we focus on having the dollar be the world's reserve currency. I've seen how important this is, both in terms of lower interest rates for America, because, let's face it, we have a monetary a budget deficit that would make Argentina blush. We have a trade deficit that would make Argentina blush. And in spite of that, we have relatively low interest rates compared to the rest of the world. And our dollar remains strong. I do think that, and I've seen how important this is in sanctions on Iran. There was huge division here as to whether the Iran deal was a good deal. The only thing everybody agreed on was we had found the right sanction. Some said that sanction was so good we should have gotten a better deal. Some said that sanction was so good Obama got us a great deal. We all agreed what was the sanction. The sanction was we told every country in the world how much Iranian oil they could buy, and if they bought any more, they couldn't do business in the US dollar. That is a very testosterone-filled approach to telling other countries what they can do. And yet we were able to do it because of this role. I would say that whatever your views on crypto, the advocates of crypto have said that it was morally wrong for the United States to have the power to tell every other country what they could do in terms of buying Iranian oil, and that there should be a different international payment system and a different reserve currency. And if cryptocurrencies did become a stable store of value and a system of payments, they might very well emerge as a competitor to the dollar, as their advocates strongly hope and tout. And so I look forward to the work on the Monetary Policy Subcommittee to make sure that the dollar is indispensable for everyone in the world. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate or amendment on the bill? Ms. Tlaib is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations on your appointment or your election. I look forward to working with all of you as well. I do have an amendment at the desk, I believe.
We will pause while copies of the amendment are distributed. Yeah. Have all members received the amendment? The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the co-founder, proud co-founder of the Congressional Mamas Caucus, which all of you do not have to be a mother to join, but it's a very important caucus as we try to make policies that support our mothers throughout the country. But this amendment I'm offering is important because members should be able to take care of our families and meet their responsibilities to their residents at the same time. This amendment would allow members who are about to have or have recently given birth or whose spouse has given birth to carry out their congressional duties by voting by proxy. Last Congress, as you all know, we helped bring this committee into 21st century by adopting electronic voting. And I believe my amendment is a similar attempt to modernize our approach here in committee. It's also really an opportunity to support our colleagues. It's an opportunity to support our families. You know, this place can be incredibly dehumanizing, Mr. Chair, and these unrealistic expectations on all of us, many of us, our own lived experiences is what makes us better advocates and be effective in representing our constituents. And so with that, I really wholeheartedly hope that you all would consider, again, this amendment that would allow proxy voting so that we can support our families as well as be able to carry out our congressional duties.
This is the gentlewoman yield back.
Yes, I yield.
I thank the gentlewoman from Michigan. Is there additional debate or comment on the gentlewoman from Michigan? Ranking members recognized to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. I thank Representative Tlaib for raising this important issue with respect to ensuring our voting procedures are family-friendly, particularly with any colleagues that have a new baby. One of our colleagues, Representative Patterson, who is expecting and under doctor's orders not to travel, has made a very sensible request to allow members who are expecting or new parents to be able to vote by proxy in the full House if they are unable to travel to Washington, D.C. Proxy voting is something that Republicans and Democratic members utilized during the pandemic, allowing members to still represent their districts even if they temporarily came down with COVID. This is an easy request to support, and I'm glad to learn that Representative Patterson has been joined by our colleague on the other side of the aisle, Representative Lawler, and others in co-sponsoring a bill to make this rule change for the full House. To the extent the House rules are updated to allow for proxy voting for expecting parents who are unable to travel or new parents, our committee should allow for proxy voting also. While I know Representative Lee plans to withdraw this amendment, I hope this is something, Mr. Chairman, that we can collaborate on and do what we can as a committee to fully support our colleagues when they have children. And I yield back.
Would you yield? To
I
Mr.
yield to Mr. Tlaib.
If there's no further discussion, it is true, I want to withdraw the amendment in hopes that there will be a commitment by Mr. Chair and committee members to work on this this issue. And I think this is going to continue be something that is brought up. And again, for us to be effective, I think in our jobs, we also have to be able to support our families at home.
Gentlewoman,
That I withdraw my amendment.
the gentlewoman withdraws her amendment. The chair recognizes himself to strike the last word. Clause 2F of Rule 11 in the House rules specifically prohibit voting by proxy in committee. Those rules are associated with this clause, which is incorporated in our committee rules, which is what Mr. Lieb's addressing. And that prohibition has been in place since the 104th Congress. But as the ranking member noted, Congresswoman Peterson, including 41 co-sponsors, have a bill to facilitate that change and to allow young parents to vote by proxy. It has 5 Financial Services Committee members co-sponsoring it: Lawler, Kim, Tlaib, Presley, and Cleaver. So this is an issue I think that we should, address at the House level. I thank the gentlewoman for her passionate advice to us on this point. I'm certainly willing to take it under consideration. I understand it. Young parenting knows no partisan bounds. So if this is a top issue for our members, I invite you to consider co-sponsoring Ms. Peterson's bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Is there any other amendment for?
Just a parliamentary inquiry. I appreciate Mr. Lee raising this. I would just ask, thinking about, all of us who at some point, we all make sacrifices to be in this job, and I appreciate that the voting rules of the House sometimes.
What's the gentleman's parliamentary inquiry?
My question is, can we make accommodations to perhaps have someone participate by Zoom or some other mechanism, even if they're not voting?
We incorporate the House rules in the committee rules, and if the House rules change, then we're bound by those rules, which is why I invite members' consideration of the gentlewoman from Colorado's bill. I thank the gentleman for
But I guess my parliamentary inquiry is, do House rules stipulate remote participation, even if not remote voting?
They do so stipulate for yeah. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to strike the last word.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlewoman has an amendment at the desk. We'll wait till it's distributed. Perfect. We can store these items. You never know. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Michigan.
I would like to reserve a point of order at this point.
The Vice Chairman of the committee has reserved a point of order. Have all members received the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the resolution containing the House Committee on Financial Services rules for the 119th Congress, offered by Ms. Garcia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered read. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too was expecting chocolate, so I guess now I'll have to wait till Valentine's Day. This is really a very simple amendment. It would add inclusion to the title of the Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence. Again, it's just a simple change of adding the word inclusion. The amendment would require the subcommittee to work on providing fair access to new and innovative technologies in the financial services sector. We must strengthen our financial system to ensure that machine learning and artificial intelligence do not inadvertently disadvantage historically underserved groups in the financial sector. We often hear proponents of these technologies market financial technology and digital assets as tools of empowerment, yet many in our communities, particularly people of color, older Americans, rural Americans, and those with limited English or limited access to digital banking, are still being left behind. Without intentional focus, we risk further widening for those who we need these innovations the most. In other words, as I've often said at hearings, we will be recreating the problems and challenges of the past. So we must make sure that when we say that this is for everybody, it is truly for everyone, and no one will left behind. This is about helping all our constituents and everyday Americans who must navigate new technologies and making emerging financial technologies, digital assets, and machine learning work for them instead of against them. There is some anxiety and some fear and the unknown by a lot of members in my community wondering how all this will really impact them. We need to make sure that we set up a system where they can overcome those fears and become engaged and be a part of it again and not be left behind. I urge members to support my amendment for full inclusion to make sure that this new technology that we're emerging on is truly for all. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Texas yields back. Is there any further debate? Mr. Stile from the great state of Wisconsin, the chair of our Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and AI Subcommittee is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the amendment by my colleague, Ms. Garcia. I'd recommend a no vote. I don't think it's necessary, but I do think your comments in many ways are well served because I think we all share a similar goal to make sure that all Americans have access to financial tools and services. And as chairman on the subcommittee, I can guarantee that we're going to be looking to make sure that all Americans have access to these tools. And I look forward to a constructive dialogue with you and my colleagues across the aisle to make sure that that's the case. That said, I don't think the amendment is actually necessary because we're going to be working in the space to make sure that this technology reaches all Americans. And as we have seen through technological development and innovation over the years, all Americans benefit by investment and innovation in this space. And so while I appreciate the intent of the amendment, I encourage my colleagues to vote no, because I don't think it's necessary because it is inherent as we develop and build out this technology that we're building this with an intent to assist and benefit all Americans across the board. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the gentlelady from Texas for offering this amendment. I want to point out a couple of things. One, the previous iteration of this subcommittee did have the word inclusion attached to it, and so this would be reverting to the original language. Secondly, there's a history in this country, unfortunately, that we all recognize on this committee, that there are certain pockets of this country that remain unbanked, and we struggle mightily to fill that gap. By adding inclusion to the title of the subcommittee would, I think, put a flag in the ground to demonstrate that with this new technology, with this new venture, with the approach on digital assets, financial technology, and artificial intelligence, and quantum computing, we won't let that happen again. So this is sort of like I say, planting a flag in the ground that the intent of the subcommittee is to be resolute in our insistence on inclusion in the work ahead. With that, I do believe the gentleman from Wisconsin is earnest in his assertion that will be subsumed, but I also feel that the gentlelady from Texas's request is entirely reasonable and well placed, and I ask members to support her amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. Is there anyone on the majority side? Ranking member, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much. I move to strike the last word. I'm pleased that Republicans have chosen to add artificial intelligence as a focus of the Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence. AI is undoubtedly an important and evolving area that deserves our attention. However, this addition does not have to come at the expense of inclusion. This amendment would help to ensure that inclusion remains central to our oversight and policymaking, particularly as we evaluate the impact of emerging technologies like digital assets, financial technology, and artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has the potential to be a transformative tool in addressing financial disparities. AI models can be weighted to reverse historic bias and discrimination, providing fairer outcomes and opportunities for underserved communities. However, unequal access to AI advancements between working class individuals and the ultra wealthy can significantly exacerbate wealth inequality and lead to a more divided country. By restoring inclusion to the name of this subcommittee, we reaffirm our commitment to making emerging technologies work for everyone, not just for those who have historically held access to wealth and opportunity. While I was disappointed that Republicans removed the Diversity and Equity Subcommittee last Congress, I believe the committee's support of this amendment today can send a clear message. We believe in leveraging technology to close gaps, not widen them, and to build a financial system that works for all Americans. So I strongly support this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes himself to strike the last word. I appreciate the gentlewoman from Texas' focus on fair, non-discriminatory, and abundant access across financial services. She, the ranking member of the full committee, and certainly the ranking member of the Financial Technology Committee last Congress, Mr. Lynch, were all very active participants last year in our artificial intelligence roundtables that we had, which were done in a bipartisan way. And I appreciate Mrs. Waters and Mr. McHenry working on those. I think it was very clear in those roundtables that we have a shared commitment that artificial intelligence and the use of it by financial services players have to be done absolutely in the context of our regulatory sphere and statute. Meaning, if you're going to use machine learning to generate new leads for your company and mortgages or that kind of thing, that obviously that use of AI is in full compliance with the fair lending laws, for example, and that the benefits of financial technology should be more services across capital markets, depository institutions, and non-bank access to more people at hopefully lower prices and more innovative approaches. So I appreciate her raising that. And in my view, our rules are quite clear there, that we promote access. And I think the gentleman from Wisconsin made that point. In our rules across the subcommittees, we have in capital markets, stated in the rules, provide greater access to investment opportunities. In our financial institutions subcommittee led by Mr. Barr, consumer access to financial services, et cetera, is a focus. And in the digital assets, financial technology, firms providing innovative consumer financial products and services is the focus. And the reason we added AI into this subcommittee was precisely the intent that I've heard on both sides now, that we do that in a way that facilitates consumers benefiting, households benefiting, businesses benefiting through the use of adding AI into the distribution of financial services, but do that in a way that is better for consumers, that they have more access to more products in a more affordable way. And so I believe our rules are adequate in this regard. I believe the charge to the subcommittee chair, Mr. Stile, and his ranking member, Mr. Lynch, is clear. And so I would urge members to reject this amendment as just not being necessary, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further discussion or debate on the amendment from the gentlewoman from Texas? If not, does the gentleman from Michigan insist on his point of order?
No, Mr. Chairman, I would like to withdraw my point.
Vice Chairman withdraws the point of order. Is there further debate or discussion? If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a
The
recorded vote?
gentlewoman from Texas.
Can I ask for a recorded vote, sir?
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having done so, a recorded vote is so ordered. Without objection, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there any other amendment or debate on the House Committee Rules package? Hearing none, if there are no further amendments, I'm sorry? Okay. If not, there's no further amendments. Without objection, the previous question is ordered and the record votes on the amendments are postponed. Once those votes are taken, the committee will immediately consider the question to adopt the resolution. It's now in order to call up the resolution authorizing the committee's new monetary policy, treasury market resilience, and economic prosperity task force, and the members appointed to serve on the task force, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report.
A resolution offered by Chairman Hill establishing the task force on monetary policy, treasury market resilience, and economic prosperity of the Committee on Financial Services.
Without objection, the resolution will be considered as read and open for amendment. I recognize Mr. Lucas, the chair of the task force, for 5 minutes to describe the purpose of the resolution. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This new task force is a recognition that monetary policy actions of the Federal Reserve deserve the focus and distinct attention of this committee. The task force on monetary policy, treasury market resilience, economic prosperity will give the Financial Services Committee the opportunity to dive deeper into those issues and why they're important. The task force is charged with examining issues related to the monetary policy, the Federal Reserve's dual mandate of price stability and maximum employment, and the fundamental role that the U.S. Treasury debt plays in our economy and the resilience of the Treasury market. During the past 4 years, the Fed has grappled with persistent inflation, surpassing more than a 40-year high. The task force will evaluate the mechanisms of the Fed that the Fed uses to target stable prices and assess how to achieve economic prosperity for all Americans. This year, the Fed will conduct its 5-year review of monetary policy strategy, tools, and communication, which will provide a valuable opportunity for self-reflection. The task force will also work to combat attacks on the Federal Reserve independence and the pressure on the Fed to take policy positions outside its core mission. The partisan temptation to turn the Federal Reserve into a vehicle for political objectives has only been made worse by the Fed's expanded role as a bank regulator. This is an issue the task force will study. Another important focus of the task force will be on the health of the U.S. Treasury market. We will examine the Treasury market resilience, Treasury auction demand, and market pressure on primary dealers driven by a massive increase in U.S. debt. Treasury market liquidity is critical to the smooth functioning of capital markets and impacts everything from insurance reserves to pension funds. Today, the Federal Reserve holds more than $4.2 trillion in treasuries, demonstrating the outsized role the Fed plays in these markets and the potential disruptions that could occur to liquidity as the Federal Reserve unwinds its balance sheet. This is a critical issue to the world economy and to global markets, and will give this issue the attention demanded by its extraordinary impact. When I speak about the work of the Financial Services Committee, I always bring it back in real terms. My home district in Oklahoma is agriculture, it's energy. Those are very capital-intensive businesses. This task force is an opportunity to articulate how the economic prosperity of all Americans is driven by the issues under our committee purview. The state of monetary policy, the conditions of the U.S. Treasury market, decisions made in Washington, D.C. and New York have a real and profound impact on main streets all over the country. I want to thank Chairman Hill for establishing this important task force and giving special attention to the issue. And I want to thank Ranking Member Waters for her willingness to partner with us in this issue. And I look forward to working with the Ranking Member of the task force, Mr. Vargas, as we examine the policy decisions that affect the financial well-being of all Americans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Thank the gentleman from Oklahoma for taking on this leadership task. I think it will be a very important one. I want to say how much I appreciate his work already in thinking through the important things to consider under this task force. And I, too, look forward to the gentleman from San Diego representing the minority on this task force. For far too long, we've witnessed too many distracting mandates diluting the Fed's core mission of price stability. This task force will allow our members to prioritize the exploration of the Federal Reserve's dual mandate, analyze the role and responsibility of the Federal Reserve, and examine the impact of fiscal and monetary policies on Treasury debt markets. It will also enable our members to focus on crafting policies that ensure that the U.S. dollar remains the world's reserve currency and ensure that price stability can lead to higher productivity, less uncertainty, and sustained economic prosperity for all Americans. Congressman Frank Lucas has been representing the people of Oklahoma for over 30 years in Congress, where he's demonstrated a deep understanding of complex topics from the derivatives markets to national security, but an unparalleled ability to lead members and build consensus on critical issues. As a former chairman of the House Agriculture Committee from 2011 to 2015, Congressman Lucas helped craft and ultimately pass the 2014 Farm Bill with bipartisan support. More recently, in the 118th Congress, Congressman Lucas was chairman of the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, where he led on issues such as improving access to STEM education. As the longest-serving member on the House Financial Services Committee, Frank Lucas possesses a deep knowledge of monetary policy, the inner workings of Treasury debt markets, and the types of policies that can lead to economic prosperity for American families, farmers, and small businesses across our nation. It's also fitting that a member from Oklahoma would serve as the lead on this new task force. Over 100 years ago, former Oklahoma U.S. Senator Robert Owen championed the creation of a decentralized central bank in his role as chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. I'm delighted to see Team Lucas and Vargas, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there any further debate or amendment? Mr. Vargas from California, the ranking member of the task force, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And again, congratulations to you, and I move to strike the last word. I, too, would second all the nice things you said about Mr. Lucas. I was actually on agriculture when he was the chair, and it was fabulous to work with him. I still call him Mr. Chairman whenever I look up to him when we're in the elevator or elsewhere. And again, all the things you say were true, and I'd add even a few more things. And again, thank you for allowing me to serve on this task force. Ranking member, I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm looking forward again to working with my good friend from Oklahoma, Congressman Lucas, and all the other members of the task force. Monetary policy is something that impacts all Americans. The Fed's decision on how best to carry out the dual mandate of maximum employment and stable prices have a major ramifications. Making sure working Americans have a job and can purchase groceries at a reasonable price should be a priority for any monetary policy. And let's dedicate ourselves to making sure that the Fed remains independent and free from outside political pressures while making these decisions. I would also point out how important the issue of unemployment is. Unemployment holds back disadvantaged communities. These communities have suffered, as have areas where we used to have a lot of manufacturing. So jobs are very, very important. And to many of us who had parents who worked 2 or 3 jobs, they know what it's like when you're unemployed. So it's not only inflation, it's also that job, the employment, and that's very important. I hope we don't lose track of that in this discussion and this task force. I have heard some rumblings that maybe that part of the mandate should be withdrawn. In 1977, it was when it was placed on. It's very important. I think it's central, and I hope we give it its due, and I certainly will fight for that, because I think, again, having an opportunity to have a job is one of the most important things for a family. Disadvantaged families, families in areas where, again, manufacturing has been lost and hopefully will come back. So again, it's the dual mandate, and I'll be looking at that second part to make sure that in monetary policy and looking at the Fed in particular, that we don't discount the issue of employment. Thank you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back, and I thank you again, and I look forward to working with Mr. Lucas again. I enjoyed very much working with him previously, and I look forward to it again. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from California yields back. If there's no further debate or amendment, the question is on the adoption of the resolution establishing the Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity Task Force. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. A recorded vote, sorry. Yep. Now, we'll turn to the business of the Oversight Plan pursuant to notice in Clause 2D1 of Rule 10 of the Rules of the House. I now call up the Committee on Financial Services Authorization Oversight Plan for the 119th Congress, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will read the Authorization Oversight Plan.
Authorization and Oversight Plan of the Committee on Financial Services. Pursuant to Clause 2D of Rule 10 of the House of Representatives, the following agenda constitutes the Authorization and Oversight Plan of the Committee on Financial Services.
Without objection, the plan shall be considered read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes our new Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee Chair, Mr. Muser, for 5 minutes to explain the Authorization and Oversight Plan. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Constitution implicitly grants the legislature the authority to conduct oversight of the other branches of government. The House delegates these powers to its committees. Today, we vote to adopt the Authorization Oversight Plan for the 119th Congress. Oversight is a cornerstone of our legislative duties. While individual members can engage with the other two branches, it is through the committee's compulsory authority that we deliver meaningful results fulfill our constitutional responsibilities. Last Congress, this committee tackled several critical issues undermining the integrity of our financial system, and we were successful in pushing back most of the time. We exposed the misguided efforts to impose politically driven ESG mandates, which truly distorted market priorities and stifled innovation. Well, let's be clear, Republicans are not against ESG as an investment choice. If individual investors want to prioritize environmental, social, or governance factors, that's their prerogative, that's their freedom. What we oppose is when these ideological views are mandated, when investors are forced to comply with burdensome regulations that prioritizes political ideology over profitability. That harms the economy and undermines the freedom to invest one's own wealth. We saw significant progress last Congress in restoring that freedom to markets. We challenged regulatory overreach, such as the excessive burdens of Basel III, which constrained financial institutions. These regulations would have crushed multiple aspects of our economy, from the largest banks to community banks and the small businesses they served. It was overregulation. We also addressed leadership failures and scandals that plagued the FDIC. We held Chairman Grunberg accountable for actions that eroded confidence in the agency as a prudential regulator. These efforts highlighted the vital role of vigilant oversight in protecting our financial markets. Looking ahead, Chairman Hill's goal of making community banks great again reflects our shared belief of the essential service these institutions provide in supporting small businesses and local economies. Prioritizing access to capital ensures our markets remain vibrant and inclusive, creating a clear framework for cryptocurrency and digital assets, fosters innovation, protects consumers, and mitigates risks. As chairman of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, I will focus on protecting America First interests in our financial system while addressing waste, fraud, and abuse in government. This work will include confronting regulatory abuses like Operation Choke Point 2.0, where regulators targeted industries they disfavor, from cryptocurrency to coal, and shut them out of the financial system. Such actions disrupt legitimate businesses, undermine trust, and are wholly unacceptable. Regulators that have gone rogue, like the CFPB, FDIC, OCC, and SEC, will be held accountable. Finally, it's important to note that this authorization oversight plan is intentionally broad to address the evolving needs of this committee. The goal of the document is to outline the areas subject to the oversight jurisdiction of our committee and also to list the programs within our jurisdiction that require reauthorization. No issue, whether national or local, is too big or too small. Together, we will ensure our focus reflects the concerns of the American people and serves the best interests of our nation. In closing, I believe the Authorization Oversight Plan Chairman Hill has presented equips this committee to achieve its priorities and reflects its broad jurisdiction. I look forward to working with each of you to fulfill this mission and encourage you to vote in support. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and I'd like to just take a moment to sing Mr. Vargas's praises for just a moment. Mr. Vargas has long been a champion for the people of his district in San Diego. He's led efforts to support reauthorization of the North American Development Bank, as well as supported capital access for companies like pharmaceuticals as they try to go public while developing some of the miracle cures. He is principled and knows the importance of the employment mandate to the Federal Reserve as it fights inflation. I'm glad he will be there as our ranking member on the task force to highlight its importance and the other important responsibilities of the Fed. Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate and amendment on our oversight plan? Mr. Sherman's recognized to strike the last word.
I have an amendment at the desk. I'll identify this as Sherman Amendment 2.
Let's pause while the Sherman Amendment number 2 is distributed. Vice Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves a point of order on this amendment.
Okay. I can start if you like, or? Okay. Thank you.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Sherman Amendment 2, Stock Act, 119th Congress, House Financial Services Committee Oversight Plan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from California is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'll use the first couple of minutes to talk about the amendment I don't have at the desk because I haven't had time to write it. And that is because my district was hit by these enormous fires. It looks like the LA fires are, at least according to AccuWeather, going to result in $250 billion in property damage. I hope very much that AccuWeather is wrong and that that number declines. We're going to have to rebuild 2 significant sections of the Los Angeles area, one in my district, the Palisades, the other one in Judy Chu's district, hit by the Eaton fire. There are a number of areas where I think our oversight plan is not real specific, but is certainly broad enough to cover what we need to do. First, as to housing, we need resiliency. And while tariffs are not within the exact ambit of our jurisdiction, the possibility of enormous tariffs on building materials will have a tremendous effect on the cost of construction over the next 2 years, as so much lumber, so much other building materials are coming to Los Angeles, straining the ability of this country to meet the need for building materials at a reasonable price. Second, insurance is part of our jurisdiction. We need to see the effect of these enormous fires on reserves. And we need to see whether we need a backup for the insurance companies, similar to what we do on flood insurance, dealing with all of the various disasters that can occur. And finally, CDBG-DR. We've all heard of CDBG, Community Development Block Grants. The disaster relief block grants are the mechanism by which Congress traditionally provides more aid to homeowners who have been wiped out in a disaster. The federal government will be picking up many of the local government costs of this disaster, including rebuilding several schools, but current law will provide even the completely uninsured homeowner with only $43,000, and that isn't enough to rebuild a home. I don't think the federal government can cover all uninsured losses, but I think the American people expect the federal government to do more. Now, turning to the amendment that was distributed, we have a balance in Congress between allowing members to lead their lives on the one hand and assuring our constituents that things are fair and on the up and up on the other. One important proposal is the Stock Act, which regards not investing in individual stocks while allowing members to invest in mutual funds. I think that's a reasonable approach, and I think that it is important that it cover not only stocks, but also commodities and cryptocurrencies. You, a member of the Armed Services Committee, may find out that a particular weapon system is likely to be funded. A member of the Ag Committee may find out that a particular commodity is likely to go up or down in price. And members of a variety of committees may learn that a particular individual cryptocurrency or meme coin is likely to benefit. I'll point out an area where it wasn't so much Congress as the transition team. Everybody knew, not inside information, that November 5th was a good day for cryptocurrencies. Trump is the most pro-cryptocurrency president in our history. What only a few people knew was that a week after he was elected president, the transition team would announce that their new department was going to be called Doge, literally named after a cryptocurrency. And it is particularly noteworthy that while all cryptocurrencies increased in the week after Donald Trump was elected, Doge increased 5 times the rate of other cryptocurrencies. So investment in individual cryptocurrencies can be affected by inside knowledge of governmental actions, some as trivial as what you decide to name a government department. So the Stock Act, I realize, is a part of an ethics program, but it also is relevant to the jurisdiction of this committee, and it ought to apply to individual stocks, individual cryptocurrencies, and individual commodities. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin, the chair of the Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and AI Subcommittee, Mr. Stiles, recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the amendment by my colleague from California. And I would echo one part that I do think President Trump is the most pro-crypto president the United States has ever seen. I view that as a good thing. The amendment is offered by my colleague, I think is duplicative and unnecessary, and I think there's 2 important points here. My colleague raised some important points as it relates to insider trading. I think it's important for the record to note that insider trading, not only by members of Congress, but by anyone, is illegal and enforceable under the law. And I do think that we should work to make sure that we're enforcing the law as it relates to insider trading. So if an individual has insider information and he legally uses that to trade a stock, they should be held accountable and the law should be enforced in that regard. Specifically as it relates to the Stock Act, which pertains to members of Congress and is slightly separate from the issue of insider trading, although there's an aspect where it could overlap. I would note that the amendment specifically is unnecessary, and in large part because it may please my colleague to know that both the House and Senate guidance explicitly considers digital assets as covered in the Stock Act. And so last Congress some folks here may know that we worked with members to add language to fit 21 on the Stock Act. But in working on that language, it was actually clear that digital assets were already covered. And so because of this, I would note that the amendment, while well-intentioned, is duplicative. I would encourage my colleagues to vote no. I'll now yield to the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner.
I thank my friend from Wisconsin, Chairman Stile, for yielding, and I also want to say at the onset how much I look forward, once again, to working with Ranking Member Sherman on the Capital Markets Subcommittee, and am honored, Mr. Chairman, to chair the Subcommittee on Capital Markets again in the 119th Congress. And also, Mr. Sherman, I want to send my heartfelt concern and heartbreak for what your constituents are enduring with these wildfires, and I can talk about how we can be helpful in that regard offline. But I agree with Chairman Stile. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment and the issue that he's trying to address here. However, I'd say nothing in the oversight plan precludes the committee from conducting oversight in this space. Page 2 of the oversight plan specifically covers the members' concerns both in the capital markets and the digital assets sections of the text. So for these reasons, I would urge members to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back time to Mr. Stile.
I thank the gentlewoman and always appreciate the proper Luxembourg pronunciation of my last name. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The ranking member from California, Ms. Waters, recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I commend my colleague, Mr. Sherman, for offering this important amendment that would require our committee to hold a hearing on the Stock Act and to consider whether we should expand the law's provisions to ban members from trading individual stocks, cryptocurrencies, and meme coins. As we all know, trust in Congress is fundamental to the health of our democracy. Any appearance of a conflict of interest undermines that trust and erodes the public's faith in our institution. While the Stock Act has provided some transparency, the rise of new asset classes like cryptocurrencies and speculative meme coins has created new risks that we must address. We cannot afford to allow the perception or the reality that members of Congress should profit from knowledge gained through their official duties. If we are to rebuild trust with the American people, we must act decisively. The hearing required by Mr. Sherman's amendment will give us the opportunity to take a hard look at the law, explore its effectiveness, and determine whether further reforms are necessary to prevent conflicts of interest. Now, at this point, I had not intended to talk about this new coin that we learned about in the last couple of days. It is a $ Trump coin that has been minted. And while we sit here and talk about conflict of interest, I can't think of a bigger conflict of interest. And for those of us who sit here day in and day out, penalizing ourselves more and more, are we going to ignore the President of the United States who's created his own coin? What is it? Who are the people who have joined with him in owning 80% of it? Who are the market makers, aside from who are the suckers who are going to get involved in making sure they give money to the President of the United States? I'm told it is not an investment. It is not a contribution. What is it? And I understand that the wife is going to have her own also. Give me a break. Now, if we're going to deal with penalizing ourselves, those of us who sit here without any raises in our pay, those of us who sit here every day trying to afford the expenses of our families and the travel and all of that, and yet the President of the United States of America has created the $ Trump cryptocurrency. Let's talk about this. Don't close it down. Come on, let's hear some discussion on this, because this is outrageous for us even to talk about us and not mention a word and join in talking about what the President of the United States of America is doing. This is outrageous. I don't know if I yield back my time or not. I'm going to, I'm going to yield to anybody who wants to take it.
I think Mr. Cassidy.
Mr. Cassidy, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Ranking Member. I just want to point out that last term, my colleagues across the aisle spent an entire term prosecuting a president's son for sitting on the board of a company that might have a conflict of interest. Donald Trump Jr. has announced he is going to join the board of Kalshi, a stock betting company in this digital space. Another board member of Kalshi is on the short list to be considered a CFTC chair. That's in addition to the meme coin that's now has made Donald Trump, at least on paper, one of the richest people in the world. If we view ourselves here as members of Congress, if we jealously defend our responsibilities as a member of a co-equal branch and making sure we stay co-equal and that we provide the checks and balances, this is an easy choice. If, on the other hand, we view ourselves only as partisans who will stand by and do anything that the leader of our party tells us without consideration for the leadership we told our voters that we would demonstrate when we got here, this will be a hard choice. I would encourage everybody to take the easy door. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to the ranking member. Does the ranking member yield back?
No, I'll just use up the other few minutes that I have saying I am outraged if we sit here and talk about how we make sure that we're not in conflict by being involved with stocks, et cetera, and we don't say anything about the President of the United States of America.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. First, let me start with the substance of Mr. Sherman's amendment on the stock. I agree with my friend from Wisconsin. I thought he said it quite well, and what's interesting about Mr. Stile is he chairs the House Administration Committee and chairs our Digital Assets and Financial Technology Committee, so he's in quite a strong position to comment on this topic. And my judgment is, for our members, is that this amendment is unnecessary because the House and Senate guidance explicitly consider digital assets as covered under the Stock Act, as Mr. Stile noted. Further, we worked together on a bipartisan basis last year in the 118th Congress to add this specific language to not allow members to trade in cryptocurrencies to our FIT 21 bipartisan legislation that we passed out of the House with 71 Democrats. And so I don't believe that the substance of the amendment is necessary. Now, to the ranking member's comments about meme coins, as offered by any American, if I could ask the ranking member to strongly consider in the 119th Congress working with the majority on passing a FIT 21 type bill equivalent, I think you would find that bill very, very happy and positive on the points that you raised, because it absolutely would craft a regulatory framework about digital assets, period, full stop, and define how they're overseen, how they're regulated, what's a security, what's a commodity, and in my judgment, 2 points. One, if we pass that regulatory framework, it gives clarity to investors, to consumer protection, to the capital markets, to our market participants, and that will clearly let the market decide who will sink or swim in this space. So with that, I yield back.
Are you raising a question of me now?
I'm just urging you to consider, as we introduce a market structure bill for digital assets, that you will work with.
Well, will the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
Well, thank you very much, and I certainly am appreciative for what you're offering, but I can't wait, and I do want to work with all of us to deal with these kinds of issues. But I cannot wait because already the dollar sign Trump currency is up about $30 billion, and suckers are beginning to get involved in this kind of trading. And so I'm going to ask my very, very competent, capable member whom I love from California to withdraw this amendment at this time until this committee is willing to deal with the President of the United States, who, no matter what we talk about, he's appointing the chair of the SEC. This is considered a security, and they will be able to do whatever they want under the direction of the president at the Securities Exchange.
Reclaiming my time, a statement that I enjoyed very much when you were chair of that term, reclaiming my time. Let me say that market structure legislation will provide the safety and soundness in this arena. I hope we can work on that in the 119th Congress. Does the gentleman from California withdraw his amendment?
I do indeed, although I'd yield to the ranking member to compliment me even more if she wants to, but I withdraw my amendment.
I'm just asking the gentleman from California, does he withdraw his amendment?
I do withdraw the amendment.
Let's all vote no.
I urge this is withdrawn, so the amendment's withdrawn. Is there any other debate or amendment on the oversight package?
I have a second amendment at the desk.
Mr. Sherman has a second amendment at the desk. We'll wait till the clerk reviews and distributes that to all members.
Well, it's really your husband who's a professional in that area. It's not her, it's him. You ever met Paul?
Well, I'm considering candidates for gubernatorial upcoming election. Yes. Yeah. So I'm going to see who's going to be in the side of paying us what this government owes. Since 2009. Okay?
I've been supporting the business.
Speak out, man.
Oh,
Speak out.
Oh, we're losing money.
Oh, yeah.
Since 2009.
Also,
You and me.
we got to get on.
We got to get a raise.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
have all members received the amendment, including Mr. Lawler? Has Mr. Lawler received it?
Mr. Chairman,
The clerk will report. I'm sorry, the gentleman from Kentucky.
I reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved on this amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment offered by Mr. Sherman for the 119th Congress House Financial Services Committee Oversight Plan.
We'll consider, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman from California is recognized to strike the last word on his amendment.
First, I want to thank the gentlelady from Missouri and so many members who have expressed their sympathy and concern for the people of the Pacific Palisades area during these horrendous fires. The purpose of this amendment is to focus attention of the committee on Treasury's Outbound Investment Security Program. A lot of this is focused on American investment in China. This committee has worked successfully and passed into law bills designed to deal with American investment in Chinese companies, particularly assuring that those companies are adequately audited and that the auditors are audited by the CFPB. Now, our work plan should focus on outbound investment, and let me comment a little bit about that. I don't think that we're going to do much to deprive China of so much capital that they'll be unable to fund 2 or 3 areas that they find particularly important and strategic. But I do believe that we should not subsidize the expansion of the Chinese economy by providing a capital gains allowance to Americans who invest in Chinese stock. That is, of course, the domain of the Ways and Means Committee. What is, I think, in our domain is outbound investment security, where we focus on American investment in particular sectors of the Chinese economy. And here, my concern is not to deprive those areas of capital, although we shouldn't be providing capital to sectors of the economy that are dangerous to our national security, but to eliminate any incentive to share with a Chinese company technology, patents, trade secrets that would help that company succeed in an area that is adverse to our national security. We've done this for a couple of decades in one particular area. You see, there were American satellites that were put on Chinese rockets to go into space. And there were insurance companies in the United States that ensured the success of those launches. And when a satellite was lost and an insurance company had to pay and the owner of the satellite lost, we found that American companies were teaching China how to do a better job next time they sent a rocket into space. And if it was only sending rockets into space, that would be fine, but it's pretty much the same technology to send a rocket into space as to send one crashing into an American city with, God forbid, nuclear weapons. So we need to create a circumstance in which Treasury is looking at outbound American investment in strategic and national security relevant areas of the Chinese economy, both to make sure that we don't subsidize, encourage, provide the capital for those areas, but most especially not to create a circumstance where particular Americans, particular companies, particular individuals who have a lot of technical knowledge are betting on the success of a Chinese company or company in other nation of concern that is dealing with national security technology. So if you invest in Chinese national security technology, you're betting on that technology, and God forbid you'd assist that technology. I would point out that I think this is consistent with the role of this committee, and I will yield to any member, or I will yield back. Oh, I will not yield back. I will yield to the ranking member.
Representative Sherman, you describe Treasury's Outbound Investment Security Program that addresses U.S. investments in a narrow set of technologies and products under the jurisdiction of adversary countries. And you go on, based on President Biden's August 2023 executive order, the program prohibits or reviews such investments to determine whether they could contribute to threats against our nation and its security. This goal currently focused on
The gentleman's time has expired. Let me come back to you, Ranking Member, for your comments.
Thank you.
Let me call on the chairman of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr of Kentucky, who was on the China Select Committee in the last Congress and deeply involved in the analysis and debate around outbound investments. Mr. Barr is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word. Let me thank the gentleman from California for his amendment and the spirit in which it was offered, and invite the gentleman, the ranking member, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join in the conversation which has been ongoing within this committee. Believe me, this majority is on this issue, and we've been extremely active on this issue, and that's why I oppose my colleague's amendment, because it's unnecessary. The Financial Services Committee has long examined both inbound and outbound investment policy on a bipartisan basis. I would direct the gentleman's attention to the oversight plan of the majority on page 5, where the committee will monitor the implementation of financial sanctions and proposals to expand or remove such sanctions or impose new ones, including assessing the effectiveness of national security objectives. As part of this oversight, the committee will monitor efforts of Treasury's OFAC. Let me also direct the gentleman's attention to page 16 of the rules of the committee, and specifically the Subcommittee on National Security, where the rules provide jurisdiction over international investment policies, both as they relate to the United States, investment for trade purposes by citizens of the United States, and investments made by all foreign entities in the United States. I will remind the gentleman that during the first Trump administration, we held numerous hearings and meetings on the topic, culminating in the enactment of the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act and the Export Control Reform Act, legislation which passed the House by a vote of 400 to 2. And then let me remind also the gentleman of last Congress, when this majority, on a bipartisan basis with the Democrat minority, worked very, very closely together on legislation to impose sanctions on Chinese entities to restrict capital flows into China. There is a lot of tough talk on China in Washington, but the House Financial Services Committee is walking the walk. And we walked the walk in the last Congress. We advanced my legislation, the Chinese Military and Surveillance Company Sanctions Act, out of this committee last Congress, the toughest measure ever considered by the House to target the Chinese Communist Party's military-industrial complex with bipartisan support. I urge my colleague from China, who has been from California, who has been a leader on these issues with the threats from China, to join in that conversation. I invite his input as we renew our legislative efforts, and to remind all members what we were trying to accomplish in the last Congress with that legislation that resulted in an introduction of another piece of legislation called the Coins Act, in concert with the Foreign Affairs Committee and the Select Committee on China, where we were trying to get other committees with jurisdictional interests engaged. We were accomplishing something very important, not only getting tough on Chinese entities of national security concern by restricting Western capital flows into those entities, but also providing the clarity and the certainty that private investors need to know what is green light and what is red light. I remind my colleagues that this committee's approach in this conversation should always be that our advantage in the economic competition with the People's Republic of China is that we're capitalists and they're communists. And therefore, we should not try to counter China by becoming more like China. It is our capitalist, free-flowing capital system which gives us our competitive edge. And so we need to protect that as we do this. And finally, let me just flag something for all members and why this amendment is not necessary. And that is, on day one of this new administration, the Trump administration, this administration issued, and this President Trump, issued an America First trade policy. And in that executive order, he directed the Secretary of Treasury, in consultation with the Secretary of Commerce and other relevant agency heads, to review whether executive order from the previous administration addressing U.S. investments in certain national security technologies should be modified or rescinded and replaced and strengthened pertaining to U.S. investments in certain national security products. And the Secretary of Treasury is going to do that review and make recommendations to this committee based on findings of that review, including the potential modifications to the Outbound Investment Security Program. We are engaged with the new Treasury Department on this, and we need to work collaboratively in a bipartisan way, in a bicameral way, and with the Treasury Department to make sure that we not only restrict investments that threaten our national security, stop Americans from unwittingly financing the Chinese industrial military complex, but also protect our competitive advantage, which is our capitalist free market system. With that, I yield.
Gentleman, time has expired. Now I'll recognize the gentlewoman from California for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Okay. And I want to tell you that Mr. Sherman is right on about outbound investments. And basically, we're talking about the kind of investments by private equity and other kinds of concerns. You know, yet I am concerned about the involvement of President Trump, who's made up to $160 million from foreign business dealings during his presidency. Despite claims of no conflicts of interest, Trump and his family promised to divest from foreign business interests, but they continue to profit from international dealings, including from the UK, Canada, Ireland, India, and Indonesia. $58 million from his golf courses in the UK, that's Aberdeen and Turnberry. $36.5 million from his Vancouver hotel and tower, $24.4 million from his Irish golf course, and $9.6 million from India and $9.7 million from Indonesia. Trump's foreign policy often appeared influenced by his business interests. Notable examples include alleged allegiance toward Saudi Arabia stemming from his business ties and his son-in-laws. That wasn't in here, but I put it in here. The withdrawal of U.S. troops from Syria benefiting Turkey, where Trump had businesses, support for the Chinese company ZTE despite national security concerns, while also earning income from China. Delays in tariffs until after receiving approval from trademarks in Argentina. Trump allegedly used his position to steer business to his properties, such as pushing for the British Open to be held at his Scottish golf course and pressuring Irish officials to meet him at his Dunberg resort. Trump and his sons repeatedly claimed they ceased international business dealings, but new deals continued, including expansions in Ireland and Scotland, and revived projects in countries like India, Uruguay, and the Dominican Republic. Trump, who was financially struggling before his presidency, benefited greatly from being in office, using it to revive dormant deals and promote new international ventures even after leaving office. Despite halted inquiries, there is still potential for further revelations about how Trump used the presidency for his personal financial gain. Now, all I want to say is this. Even though this bill does not get to prohibiting that kind of investments or those kinds of investments, it does not speak to those kinds of efforts specifically. I think we ought to expand what we are doing about outward investments by certainly the President of the United States of America, but even by others. I don't know if his daughter still has retail businesses in China. We don't know, or we don't seem to care a lot about the relationship to this president and other countries where it appears that he's enhancing his own pocketbook. And so I'm telling you, I'm not going to sit here year after year and allow them to escape the way that they have defined themselves. I'm not going to allow them to sit here and watch us suffer from inflation while they're making all the money that they want to make, no matter whom they're dealing with. We've got other kinds of interests. We've got interests about climate change. We've got interests in other ways that I think should be included in how we deal with them and when we talk about outside investments. Mr. Sherman is right on, and I'm not, going to say that, this should be done right away, but I will yield to the chairman to ask, are you interested in this kind of discussion at all?
I thank the ranking member, and I'll strike the last word in a few minutes and add some comments. But look, we have the strongest thing we have in this committee, and I think that's true on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I'm going to ask Ms. Wagner to comment in a minute. And also on the House Intelligence Committee on a bipartisan basis, is our concern over our adversaries having access to capital from the United States in identified technologies that we think could be dual use and be turned to harm the U.S. So I think it is important that we talk about it. The gentlewoman's time has expired. I recognize the gentlewoman from Missouri for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I thank the chairman. I strike the last word, and I couldn't agree more. One thing that I can say, certainly, as we saw in the 118th Congress, as we carry over now into the 119th Congress, is a true bipartisan belief, agreement work product that's coming out of multiple different jurisdictions and committees, including both in Foreign Affairs and Intel, in the China Select Committee, that is addressing this adversarial threat from communist China. And it does have to do with so much of our technology, so much of our military defense base, so much of our capital. It spans cybersecurity issues. We could go on and on about the list of assaults by communist China against the United States, and their threat to take over and hold hostage in many ways, many other areas of the globe by their interference in internationally, I'll just say. I will now yield to a gentleman who knows the most about this in terms of our the work that he's done on China Select Committee, and that is the chairman of our Financial Institutions Committee, and that is Mr. Barr.
Well, I thank the gentlelady, and I'll be brief. Let me just say, with respect to the ranking member's comments about the current president of the United States, the 47th president of the United States, there is no president in the history of the United States of America who has recognized the China threat more than Donald J. Trump. In the first term, he was the first president of either major political party to finally recognize that the communists in Beijing had been exploiting the generosity of the American system and had stolen our intellectual property, had engaged in unfair trade practices over the years, had exploited access to our capital markets to fund the Chinese military-industrial complex and to finance the civil-military fusion program. It was President Trump who first imposed a serious trade policy with respect to China to recognize the Chinese threat. And this is exactly why 2 days ago, right after he took the oath of office for the second time, he issued an executive order on this very subject and directed his Treasury Department within hours of taking the oath of office to review what is the right policy with respect to screening of outbound investment into China. So I look forward to working with this president. I look forward to working with this Treasury Department, and I appreciate the comments from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us in this exercise. This is not a red or blue issue. It should be a red, white, and blue issue. So instead of criticizing this administration for trying to do the right thing, I invite the ranking member, the gentleman from California, who obviously expressed an important interest in this issue, and to work with the incoming National Security Advisor, Michael Waltz, who worked with me on my legislation from the last Congress, to work with this administration to get this issue right. And to get it right is to certainly stop the flow of capital to Chinese entities that threaten our national security, but also to get it right in terms of protecting the free market capitalist system that has made us the envy of the world. With that, I yield. I yield to Ms. Wagner. Back to Ms. Wagner.
I'm pleased to yield to the ranking member.
I do think we can have a bipartisan effort on this issue. I think we're all concerned about China, and we're demonstrating that in so many different ways. We've been long concerned. I was so concerned about Saudi Arabia and the deal that was made through Trump's son-in-law and what happened with that after the president visited Saudi Arabia and kissed the ring of the leadership.
And reclaiming my time, let me just close by saying that, as reiterated by my good friend Mr. Barr, there is no one who has been tougher on China than President Trump. And he came right out of the gate with an executive order that was very strong. And we now are going to codify many of these issues in Congress out of this committee and several others. So I hope that we can all work together on that, and I yield back my time as chairman.
Gentlewoman from Missouri yields back.
Yes. I don't know if I can
Further
recognize
amendment
her, whether the
debate?
lady from New York will.
Time is The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I yield.
I think we're in significant agreement here. We all want the committee to focus on outbound investment, particularly into potential adversaries, particularly China. And I look forward to, if you like the language that I've drafted, indicate that, we'll adopt it. If you don't like that particular language, let's work together on other language, and then we'll ask the unanimous consent of the committee to adopt that as part of our oversight plan. I have a few more comments. One, well, I will disagree with Mr. Barr on one thing. Being on the left side of the spectrum, I actually know real communists. And Frederick Engels, Karl Marx, and Mao Zedong are turning in their grave as they watch C-SPAN 3 and are told that this government in Beijing is a communist government. They are many bad things. Their grandparents were communists, but the way they treat their workers would have caused the robber barons of our history to blush. And so I don't know what they are. They got the word communist right there in their name, but oh my, they'd be thrown out of every communist organization in my district. As to capital flows, yes, in a perfect world, we would provide no capital to China, but keep in mind, they provide a lot of capital to us in terms of huge flows of capital. They buy, I think it's well over $1 trillion of our bonds. And so it's not so much the flow of capital as providing risk capital, not just debt capital, in strategic industries. And as I pointed out, giving Americans with know-how a reason to bet on the success of a Chinese technology and, God forbid, national security technology company. So I look forward to either you liking my amendment or working with you on something that focuses our work plan on this important issue. I would point out that I have some bills in this area, such as the PRC, Military and Human Rights and Capital Market Sanctions Act, which I look forward to reintroducing, perhaps with some additional co-sponsors. And with that, I yield back to the lady from New York.
I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. This has been such a good discussion of, I think, a distinctly bipartisan agreement that we believe in this committee that outbound investment for specific dual-use, highly sensitive technologies needs our scrutiny. In the 118th Congress, the Senate offered a measure that many in the House felt was inadequate, and Speaker Mike Johnson, along with the China Select Committee, working with Chairman McCall and Chairman McHenry, tried to find a balanced approach that was led in large part by Chairman Barr. And I think that's where we find ourselves as we begin this new Congress. Let's take the incredible leadership on a bipartisan basis from last Congress, from the Foreign Affairs Committee, the House Financial Services Committee, those engaged in the China Select Committee, which, as my colleagues on both sides of the aisle know, will be reinitiated and reactivated in this 119th Congress. Let's take that work and work with the incoming Trump administration about their views, as Chairman Barr just outlined, that were essentially announced by President Trump on his first day in office. And I believe that's the most constructive, the most constructive way that we can handle this issue. I don't believe that the gentleman from California's amendment is necessary, because I believe our National Security Subcommittee has got the full discretion to handle this in the right way under Mr. Davidson's leadership, and I believe it's a priority of the China Select Committee on a bipartisan basis, and I know it's a top priority for both Speaker Johnson and our new president, President Trump. So I would urge members to vote against the Sherman Amendment. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Is there any other further debate on this amendment? Does the gentleman from Kentucky insist on his point of order?
Withdraw the point of order.
Gentleman withdraws.
Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with you and others on this, and I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. The gentleman withdraws the amendment, and I do look forward to working with the gentleman from California and the gentleman from Kentucky on this important issue and under, in our National Security Subcommittee under Mr. Davidson's leadership. Is there any further or debate or amendment on our oversight plan?
Yeah.
God bless the gentleman from Georgia is recognized. He has an amendment at the desk. We'll let the clerk distribute the amendment, so we'll pause.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentlewoman from Missouri reserves a point of order on Mr. Scott's amendment. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, we've got it in the doc. I'll do both, okay. Do the members have the amendment? Let me ask the clerk to report.
An amendment to the oversight plan offered by Mr. Scott, financial literacy.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
You know, there's a saying that the good Lord opens up a way and a ways when there are no ways. Miss Waters is right. Listen, both Donald Trump and I attended the Wharton School of Finance, and I'd say that because we studied together in Lippincott Library. He's a good man. Trump is. And I'm a Democrat, and I'm saying so. But Miss Waters has opened up a window, almost a thoroughfare of concerns. This isn't about Trump, the human being. It's about the United States. We need no questions or areas of blemish about the security of the financial system of the greatest nation in this country, in the world. If what she's saying raises some concerns to her, I've been on this committee 22 years, and I've watched Miss Waters. She cares about this country. She loves this country. And I do too, and each and every one of us on this committee, Democrats and Republicans. We can't let what she raised, though, be swept under the rug. My first opening statement of how the good Lord opened a ways and a ways in which we can very intelligently solve this dilemma. And I waited here, and I was hoping and praying we would get here to me before that window closed. This bill that we have before us now, that I'm speaking on, opens a window for us. I would like to find out. I love the guy We went to Wharton together. We did things. We studied together at Lippincott Library. You all know that. But Ms. Waters has raised some questions that I want to get answers to, and I have an amendment here that speaks to financial security, financial education, and allow me to go through it for a moment or two. And maybe my bill can be of help. So I want to thank our chairman, whom I've served with for 10 years as my partner, and I appreciate the inclusion of financial literacy language in the oversight. That's what Ms. Waters is asking for. Can't we shine the light on these things? There are all kinds of things out there that could hurt all of us, and not intentionally that the president is doing. I'm offering our plan here and my involvement to work with this committee and getting it done. Let me share what it is we have here, and hopefully you will agree, and maybe I can work with you. As you know, expanding financial literacy and education for our consumers has been the cornerstone of my work in Financial Committee. That's what I've been doing here for 22 years. And that's what I want to continue to do. But I can't continue it unless I find some answers to what Ms. Waters is saying about what is going on with the president. I don't see anything illegal about it, but don't we owe this to the American people? We're not the only ones worried about his picture being on dollar bills and what's going on, or crypto. Let us deal with this. Give me a couple of minutes, Chairman.
Mr. Scott, your time's expired. I know members will yield to you because of your leadership on this issue when we come back, but I'm going to call on the gentleman from Kentucky to strike the last word, Mr. Barr, who chairs the
they took up all my time.
Financial Institutions Committee. We'll come back to you, sir. Mr. Barr, recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Mr. Scott from Georgia for his interest and leadership on this issue of financial literacy, and for good reason. Mr. Scott is right to be focused on this issue. Look, Americans owe $17 trillion in household debt. $17 trillion. The level of credit card debt in America is the highest in years, largely thanks to the inflation crisis that they've experienced over the last 4 years. The gap between what Americans have saved and what they need in retirement is currently estimated to be $3.8 trillion. About 1/5 of all Americans have nothing saved for retirement, and only about 1/3 have less than $5,000 saved. So Mr. Scott's amendment is well-intentioned and timely because of the crisis that Americans face and not having savings for retirement and having to put up with the cost of living crisis. We clearly need better financial literacy in this country, but I respectfully will oppose the amendment because it's simply unnecessary. Chairman Hill has done a great job in listening to members about the importance of financial literacy, and in the oversight plan, very clearly on page 2, within the jurisdiction of the subcommittee on which I chair, the committee will review efforts to promote greater financial literacy among consumers and the general public. This is very broad language. It incorporates certainly oversight over the Financial Literacy and Education Commission. And many members are interested in improving financial literacy. In fact, as we know from our colleagues right here on this committee, the Financial Literacy Caucus is chaired by Representatives Joyce Beatty and Young Kim in a bipartisan way. So clearly, this is why we have this in our oversight plan. I will point out in conclusion that according to the GAO, there are currently 24 financial literacy programs throughout the federal bureaucracy. Think about this. 24 different financial literacy programs that are supposedly coordinated by this Financial Literacy and Education Commission, but I think we should do oversight to see whether or not the programs are actually coordinated, or are they giving different messages to the American people and are actually giving conflicting messages. Clearly, these 24 programs aren't working because Americans are suffering from the highest level of debt and the lowest personal savings rate ever right now. So whatever we're doing with the $273 million of taxpayer dollars that go to Washington that then supposedly go back to educate Americans on financial literacy, not working. These are not working, these programs. Think about the irony of a government that is $36 trillion in debt trying to educate Americans on how to manage their finances. It's insanity. So why don't we think creatively in this Congress about how the federal government does financial literacy? And let's think about creative ways of maybe saying, hey, instead of having these government agencies that don't know how to live within their means, or Congress that doesn't know how to live within its means, to lecture Americans about how to save and invest, why not instead think about taking some chunk of this money and instead creating a single grant program to organizations that actually know what they're doing, like Junior Achievement, like the program that Visa is doing, like the program that Edward Jones is doing, like not-for-profits are doing and foundations are doing. Programs that actually educate people about financial literacy instead of taking $270 million away from the American people and giving it to a government that's $36 trillion in debt and expecting that government to effectively educate the American people how to live within their means. I think that's a better approach to this. So I respectfully oppose the gentleman's amendment, and I do encourage him to continue to work with those of us in a bipartisan way to think of better ways to do this. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back. The ranking member from California, Ms. Waters, is recognized to strike the last word.
I want to thank our colleague, Representative Scott, for his many years of good work on financial literacy and for his work on this amendment, which I support. As members may know, the Financial Literacy and Education Commission was created in 2003, and it is an interagency group now led by the Treasury Department and to collaborate on ways that agencies can improve financial education for the public's benefit. At a time when we are seeing elaborate new schemes where bad actors use AI to trick people into sending their money, or political leaders offering worthless meme coins, good financial education about these schemes would help prevent people losing a lot of money. This amendment would help ensure we review what this commission and other member agencies are working and explore ways they can improve financial literacy for the benefit of our constituencies. Let me just say, as I wrap this up, that again, I know that the members on the opposite side of the aisle don't like that I keep pointing out the misdirection and the misdirection of now the President of the United States of America, but I think he increased the debt that was being referred to when he served in his first presidency. I also know that on the opposite side of the aisle, they want to spend more money. They're the ones who want to increase the debt limit. They're the ones who are holding out for it now, wanting to increase that debt limit. Why? When you're cutting some of the basic programs for the least of these in this country? Why? When you're talking about, as 2025, your vision talks about closing down Head Start and the Department of Education and cutting Social Security and on and on and on, while you are focused on cutting the taxes for the richest 1% in America. What are we talking about here? We've got to start talking clear language for people to understand. And when it is confusing, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to unfold it. I'm going to unravel it. I'm going to make it more transparent. And so, thank you for your wonderful work and your background from the Wharton School that you brought to this committee. Thank you for what you've done on financial literacy. And now we've got to make sure that those who claim to support you understand that they've got to apply financial literacy to some of the biggest issues that are confronting us, where the American dollar is being misdirected by those who are running the government of this country. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green's recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield time to the gentleman from Georgia. And in doing so, I'd like to also acknowledge that I support his amendment, and I understand what the ranking member is calling to our attention about the appearance of impropriety, about how the plutocracy, the very wealthy people in this country, are now using the federal government as a tool, a means by which they can, at the expense of many people, become even richer. I don't approve of it. I support this amendment to help other persons avoid some of the pitfalls that they may find themselves having to grapple with, and would hope that others would as well. Mr. Scott.
Thank you very much, my friend and my brother, Mr. Green. Ladies and gentlemen, today too many American families are struggling with decisions around financial planning, savings, investment. This lack of basic financial literacy leaves consumers vulnerable to avoidable financial pitfalls. This is why I see our collective work in this space as fundamental. Please listen to what my amendment says before you haphazardly say you won't support it. The president should welcome this. We're not the only ones. Ms. Waters is not the only one asking questions about the financial ability and activity of the President of the United States. And if we're going to be honest, we need to put a little meat on these bones. That's all I'm offering. Listen to me very carefully. All my amendment does is moves us from pitfalls, like some of the things she would mention. It would be glad. I would clap to know. My Republican friends would be happy to know that all these questions about what's happening with the president's financial activities are clear. This lack of basic financial literacy leaves all of our consumers vulnerable and financial pitfalls. My amendment will do this. It will simply insert a non-controversial language that ensures that our committee will also examine the Financial Literacy and Education Commission, the FLEC, and any potential steps that FLEC and its members agencies can take to improve our financial literacy for our traditionally disadvantaged consumer and any of those who may mistakenly, unwittingly, take advantage unknowingly and come under unscrupulous kinds of behavior. This commission is chaired by the president. It's chaired by his Treasury Secretary. We're not looking for anything to go and blast him. All we're looking for is that our financial system, our economy be clean, be there for everybody, including the president. This is all I'm asking for. I hope you all know it'll be chaired by the president's secretary, not me, not Ms. Waters. It's tasked with developing a national financial education website and a national strategy on financial education. How the hell can we develop a national strategy on our financial education and leave out the leader, the president, and his questionable activities? We can't do that. Folks, pass this amendment, and let's do it the right way. And as the president said,
Mr. Green's time has expired.
God blessed him to survive his election, and I bless the president too.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Green's time has expired. The chair,
Thank you, Mr.
The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Once again, I think those watching the committee see another point today of extraordinary bipartisan agreement, which is the importance of financial literacy. I think you heard that clearly expressed in the passionate amendment offered by Mr. Scott and by the response by the chairman of the Financial Institutions Committee, Mr. Barr. And in our oversight plan, we are very clear in the oversight plan on page 2, referenced by Chairman Barr. The committee will review efforts to promote greater financial literacy among consumers and the general public. That's a written commitment on a bipartisan basis of our committee. And Mr. Barr, as chair of the Financial Institutions Committee, outlined, can we make these programs be more effective through the FLEC as referenced in Mr. Scott's amendment. So I love the fact that our Wharton graduate on the committee is synced up with our Wharton graduate, who's the President of the United States, on the importance of financial literacy. He has my commitment that it'll be a priority for the committee to talk about it. But with that said, I would urge a no vote on this amendment. I don't think it's necessary. Is there further discussion or debate on the amendment?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Just a moment, just a moment. If not, does the gentleman from Wisconsin insist on his point of order? No. The gentleman from Mr. Stahl withdraws his point of order. Point of order is withdrawn. If there is no further debate or discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Georgia asks for a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Without objection, further proceedings of the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion on the oversight plan?
Mr. Green from Texas would like to strike the last word.
Green from Texas, you have an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while it's being distributed. The gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order on this amendment.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves a point of Have all members received the amendment? Mr. Green of Texas, you're recognized for 5. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. The clerk will report.
An amendment to the authorization.
Mr. Chairman, I
oversight
ask that the amendment be considered as read.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call to the attention of the committee an article from the Houston Post. It is styled an exclusive. Justice Department asked to investigate Texas handling of $1 billion in Harvey recovery funds. Mr. Chairman, Hurricane Harvey hit Houston, Texas in 2017. And to this day, we have not been able to fairly and equitably distribute the Hurricane Harvey funds. We're talking about more than $1 billion that should have gone to persons that has not been delivered because of allegations of discrimination within the plan that the Government Land Office promulgated. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would add language to the oversight plan to ensure the committee considers efforts to improve fairness, efficiency, and expediency within HUD's Community Development Block Grant Disaster Relief Program authorization. The CDBGR program is important and unique in that it is the only source of long-term federal recovery assistance that's specifically dedicated to low-income households and communities who tend to have less resources to move or rebuild and are more likely to be un- or underinsured. The committee's oversight plan includes a limited section on the authorization of the CDBG-DR program. However, it focuses narrowly on efficacy issues within the program regarding fraud, waste, and abuse. These issues are important, but do not capture the other key issues that the committee has a responsibility to examine. There is a robust congressional record regarding the need to make the CDBGR program fairer and more efficient and to ensure that low-income and moderate-income communities are affected by disasters, but not that are affected by disasters, do not face uninsured losses, and do not benefit from the recovery funds. For example, as chair of the Oversight Subcommittee during the 117th Congress, I held 2 oversight hearings on the CDBG-GDR fund. Some of the key issues that came up in these hearings included illegal discrimination and the need for greater program efficiency to get funding out faster and to help communities and households. As weather patterns become more forcefully unpredictable, and as we see more losses resulting from more frequent major disasters, I urge members of the committee to support this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I would conclude that with this, that the member of the committee, Representative Wagner, and I co-led an effort to produce legislation that would have helped persons who are now savaged by the fires in California. We passed legislation in the House, but it did not pass in the Senate. I think that this is another opportunity for us to work together so as to produce a product that will allow persons who suffer from these adverse weather conditions, adverse climate conditions, to have a CDBG-DR program that actually does not discriminate and will not allow for persons to have suffered since 2017 without having received the funding that has been allocated and appropriated, but not received by the people who are in need of help. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Nebraska, the chairman of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, Mr. Flood's recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I'd like to thank the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for his continued work on the issue of Community Development Block Grant disaster recovery. I know that him and gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, have worked on this issue in prior years, prior to my beginning in Congress, and know that it is something we take very seriously. As the gentleman from Texas knows, the CDBG-DR program is clearly within the jurisdiction of this committee and is explicitly addressed on page 7, line 18 of the Oversight Plan. As for the gentleman's amendment, I would remind him that our Oversight Plan is not intended to be exhaustive. There are plenty of important issues that we intended to address that aren't explicitly addressed in the document. And the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee will be working on the CDBG DR issue, especially in light of what's happened with the LA wildfires. And, this is a fund that the Appropriations Committee chooses to add or subtract resources to, depending on the types of disasters we're dealing with. And these topics, I'm sure, and in fact, I know, will come up in our subcommittee, and I'm sure the full committee as well. I share Mr. Green's interest in making disaster relief and recovery responsive to the needs of all constituents, whether they be in California, in Texas, Arkansas, or Nebraska, or wherever they are needed, and I look forward to working with him. I think because CDBGR is already clearly addressed within the oversight plan, this amendment is unnecessary, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Nebraska yields back, and I recognize the ranking member from California to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. Mr. Green, I'd like to start by thanking you for offering your amendment today. This issue is especially top of mind as my districts and others in Los Angeles County face yet another week of ongoing wildfires. What we're facing in LA and what families are facing in the aftermath of Hurricanes Helene and Milton, or the wildfires that hit Miami in 2023 and the Texas Panhandle last year, showcases what communities must confront when rebuilding in the wake of a major disaster. This is especially true as the national housing and insurance crisis add new layers of hardship. In fact, leading up to the LA wildfires, insurance companies had notified households of policy cancellations, leaving families uninsured as the wildfires hit. CDBG-DR funding will be critical to countless families recovering from the wildfires, including in communities like Altadena. And it is our committee's duty to address the need for greater efficiency, expediency, and fairness in the program. I urge members on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes to strike the last word on Mr. Green's amendment. First, I want to echo the ranking member's comments on the leadership of members Green and Wagner on working through CDBG-DR, I guess Congress before last. It was good work. Both ranking member Waters and I recall when Jeb Henserling was chair, trying to sort through the aftermath of Katrina and what programs worked effectively and what programs did not work effectively, or Ivan in the case of our South Texans. And so I really appreciate that leadership. And because of that, frankly, on page 6 and 7 of the oversight plan, we have specifically referencing this exact topic under authorization of programs within the jurisdiction of the Committee on Financial Services. HUD's CDBG-DR program has never been authorized by the Congress, but it frequently receives funding, obviously, through supplemental appropriations enacted by Congress for disaster relief. The committee will review the efficacy of codification of CDBG-DR, standard procedures to prevent waste, fraud, abuse by federal agencies, grantees, and subgrantees. So I really hope under Chairman Flood's leadership that this could be something that we can work on together to have a program that functions, that builds on the work of Wagner and Green, but could result maybe in a program actually being authorized by this committee, since it's never been so authorized. So I would urge a no vote on the amendment, but be, again, gratified for Mr. Green's work. I would yield to the ranking member, to Mr. Green.
I thank you for yielding, and I would like to work together to see if we can produce a better product. Ms. Wagner and I did enjoy working together, and I think we proved that you can produce a good product, but it can be better. And I would welcome the opportunity to work with you.
Yeah, I thank the gentleman from Texas, and I have, it's my time, and I'm yielding to the ranking member. Would you're
No, I think that Mr. Green expressed exactly what I wanted to. Thank you very much. I yield back.
With that, I appreciate the debate and the discussion. I urge a no vote on the amendment, but pledge to work together on this general topic. Yield back the balance of my time. Is there further discussion, debate on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
The gentlewoman from New York.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Oh, just a moment, madam.
Wait, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to confer with the ranking member. Madam Ranking Member, would you have me withdraw the amendment to work
Excuse me,
together?
I think that we need a little bit of clarification here. The amendment that was talked about by the.
We don't have anybody's time right now.
Okay.
Well, would you yield to me so that I may yield to the?
I don't have the time either. The gentlewoman from New York has time, and she is yielding time to us for this discussion.
Thank you.
All right, and I'm yielding to the ranking member.
Okay, ranking
Thank you
member.
very much. I think there's a little bit of confusion here. As the chairman spoke about the wonderful work that has been done from both sides of the aisle, I agree with that. But I did not necessarily agree to the fact that we would vote no on this bill. And so now I'm going to have to inquire of Mr. Green, based on the representations that have been made about the willingness to work together. I would like your recommendation on how we move forward at this moment with the bill.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm obviously very passionate about this, and I feel the need for us to have some stronger language. The language that we were looking at was language that indicated that illegal discrimination would not be tolerated. But given that I know how important the bill is to you, I'm in a position now such that your wisdom is much more important than mine. So I'm going to yield to you and trust that you will give some advice as to how we would proceed.
So what is he saying?
Ms. Vasquez, it's your time.
I yield to Ms. Waters.
Thank you very much. Mr. Green, even though I'm a little bit concerned about the wording of the bill, and I don't want it only confined to certain things, I think with the representation of the chairman and his understanding of what took place with TDBGR, in particular as we look back at Katrina, et cetera, I would advise you to withdraw the bill at this point. Beg your pardon? Amendment to the bill?
Withdraw the amendment.
Withdraw the amendment?
Chairman.
I'm sorry, the amendment. Withdraw it at this time, and let's look to the cooperation that is being identified and hold them to it in order to make the bill exactly what you would have it to be.
I, on recommendation of the ranking member, would withdraw at this time.
And Mr.
The
Chairman,
gentleman is withdrawn. The gentleman from Oklahoma.
for procedural purposes, I need to withdraw my point of order from the gentleman's amendment.
The gentleman's point of order is withdrawn. Is there further debate or amendment to the oversight plan? Now, the
Mr.
gentleman
Chairman,
lady from
I have an
New
amendment.
York, you have an amendment.
I have an amendment at the
Ms. Vasquez has an amendment at the desk. We will pause while copies are distributed. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman from Texas.
I'd like to ask for a point of order on this.
The gentleman
I
from
would like to
Texas
reserve it.
reserves a point of order. Okay.
Thank you.
No, you're not going to speak on my amendment?
Oh, okay. I'm going to stay, but I'm in bad shape here. Wait, I got to get to the control. You have to go for her amendment. You have to say yes. You have to take the wording that we have and speak to it. Then you can because I've got to get the ladies from.
Yeah. Ay, mija.
Have all members received a copy of the amendment? Clerk will report.
An amendment to the authorization and oversight plan of the Committee on Financial Services offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman from New York, the ranking member of the Small Business Committee, is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment today to focus on our attention on a topic that I believe must be addressed, and one I hope we can tackle this Congress. Mr. Chairman, I know you have proposed a vision for community banking reform, and I hope improvements to the FDIC insurance and insurance fund can be made part of these reforms efforts. As a senior member of this committee, I witnessed firsthand one of the worst financial crises in our nation's history and participated in the resolution and restructuring of multiple bank failures. And as chair and ranking member of the House Small Business Committee, I have seen how these banks' failures impact small businesses and the communities they serve. Between 2001 and 2020, there were 561 bank failures. These failed banks collectively held $721 billion in assets and $522 billion in deposits. Washington Mutual, the largest bank failure in our nation's history, occurred while I, the ranking member, and several of us on this dais were on the committee. And many of us in the room today were members of this committee and witnessed the second largest bank failure in our nation's history when Silicon Valley Bank, with $209 billion in assets and $175 billion in deposits, collapsed. Signature Bank and First Republic Bank also failed or were absorbed during the banking turmoil in 2023. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation was established in 1933, and since then, all insured deposits have been protected. Yet, the trends in uninsured deposits have increased the exposure of the banking system to runs. At its peak, in 2021, the proportion of uninsured deposits in the banking system was 46.6%, higher than any time since 1949. Large concentrations of uninsured deposits or other short-term demandable liabilities increase the potential for bank runs and can threaten financial stability. It was the run on these exact uninsured deposits that helped trigger the failures of Silicon Valley and Signature Bank. Bank runs by uninsured depositors also transfer losses that must be absorbed by the FDIC and other market participants and can increase risk to stakeholders at other banks. So, Mr. Chairman, I say to my colleagues that if you care about preventing future bank failures, guarding against further consolidation in the industry, expanding community banking, and supporting small businesses in rural and underserved communities, then improving deposit insurance and insurance fund reform is an issue we need to take up. I offer my amendment today not to offer a specific proposal or set of reforms, but to simply emphasize the need to encourage those of you interested in this work to join me. A few key principles should help guide us in this effort. First, deposit insurance has broad market effects, and these effects must be fully understood before any final policy decision. Second, deposit insurance is not free and must be funded through properly tailored assessments on the banking system. Third, each option on reform should be viewed along other policy change. One such reform that remains outstanding is executive compensation, we need to tackle whether incentive-based compensation structures at financial institutions can help fuel an institution demise, and whether such structure can jeopardize the safety and security of our financial system going forward. Many executive compensation reforms are not new and have a history of bipartisan support, including from the new chair of the Banking Committee, Senator Tim Scott, who signaled last year that he will support tougher penalties for executive risk-taking by executives at failed institutions. Deposit insurance, as well as other policy reforms, merits consideration in the wake of failures and banking turmoils of 2023. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York yields back. The gentleman
Chairman?
from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my colleague for the amendment. This amendment seeks to add greater specificity to the committee's oversight plan, where I don't think it's needed. Our plan already highlights how the committee will monitor the operations of the FDIC and the NCUA, as well as the scope and solvency of their respective deposit insurance funds. All aspects of bank resolution and the deposit insurance funds are subject to this committee's oversight, whether they're enumerated in the plan or not. And a key focus our committee will be to promote a healthy and competitive banking industry for institutions of all sizes and improve the bank resolution process. So I thank the gentlewoman from New York for her amendment, and I commit to working with her on these important topics in the 119th Congress. But I would argue this amendment is unnecessary and urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I'd like to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized to strike the last word.
I yield to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
Thank you, the gentleman, for yielding. So, Mr. Chairman, there's nothing in the reauthorization and oversight plan that specifically deal with runs uninsured deposits. And here we are again and again and again, and I do not want to be able to say to you, I said so, I told you so, Mr. Chairman. This is an issue that is not addressed in the reauthorization oversight plan. I am willing to work with you on this issue, yes. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The
back.
gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I commend our colleague and Small Business Committee Ranking Member Velasquez for offering this thoughtful amendment to ensure our committee considers policy solutions to improve our banking system. The unexpected and the rapid failures of Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, and First Republic raised concerns on a number of fronts, including whether our deposit insurance framework has become outdated. Small businesses were worried that lose access to their funds and pay their employees, so many opted to pull their money out of smaller banks and deposit them with the bigger banks. In response, Ranking Member Waters introduced the Employee Paycheck and Small Business Protection Act. The bill proposes to update the deposit insurance framework for business payment accounts after the FDIC and NCUA do some data collection and analysis to determine how to best to expand deposit insurance to promote a level playing field in the banking sector while supporting small businesses and their employees. The bill also enhances emergency tools to allow regulators to quickly implement a temporary transaction account guarantee, or TAG program, to prevent contagion. And this is a bipartisan issue, as several Republicans have also introduced similar proposals, including Vice President Vance and our former colleague, Representative Lueckenheimer. And we look forward to exploring this idea further with the chairman, Mr. Hill. Furthermore, there's other policy issues that we should explore, like improving the bidding process of failing banks so that the mega banks don't always win the bid and get even bigger. We also must look at improving the Federal Reserve discount window and expanding access for small credit unions to NCUA's central liquidity facility. Committee Democrats stand ready to vote with Chairman Hill on these important issues, and a good way to start would be to support this amendment, Representative Velasquez's amendment. I yield back the balance of my time unless Ms. Velasquez needs more time for her remarks. Thank you. She does not. We yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The chair recognizes myself for 5 minutes. I really appreciate the gentlewoman from New York's recognition of this issue and following up to the very shocking revelations that we all witnessed in the failure of Silicon Valley. On the subject of deposit insurance generally, I would call the attention of the gentlewoman to the oversight plan, where I believe it does actually specifically address the issue of the deposit insurance fund. Under financial supervision and regulation, the plan calls for ensuring the regulators are able to define, identify, and promptly address safety and soundness deficiencies, systemic risk, and other structural weaknesses in the financial sector. That clearly speaks to what we witnessed at Silicon Valley, where management had taken their eye off the ball, and I think in the judgment of this committee, on a bipartisan basis, we also witnessed the failures of the Sacramento and San Francisco Fed regulatory system. Secondly, under community financial institutions in our oversight plan, we review issues directly related to the health, growth, safety, and soundness of community financial institutions and the vital role they play in lending to households and small businesses, fostering employment and promoting economic growth. And finally, under deposit insurance, the committee will monitor the operations of the FDIC and the NCUA scope and solvency of their respective deposit insurance funds. And I think really what we saw in the after-action reports from the Federal Reserve and from the FDIC is the need for that concentration, and that's why I think our oversight plan is directly responsive to your amendment. I want to thank you and Mr. Williams, Chair of the Small Business Committee, for working with us so diligently to make sure that access to capital is addressed by this committee and the Small Business Committee, and that they have access to, as you say, safe and sound depository services that are well insured. I'd also add a comment that Mr. McHenry and Mrs. Waters wrote the GAO in the last Congress on their recommendations on the lessons from Silicon Valley. We've gotten an interim report from them, but I expect that we will get additional reports on what lessons from Silicon Valley would lead to reforms in the financial supervisory process. And I appreciate Ms. Garcia's comments on how the FDIC operates, particularly in the case of bank resolution. And I found that institution, the FDIC, something that's been so important over the course of my career. It's been sad to see how it's fallen on hard times, and I hope that a new leadership on the board of directors of the FDIC will make it a much more robust, good partner for this Congress in identifying how we should reform the FDIC, its insurance, and its policy and procedures. I'd like to yield some time to the gentleman from Kentucky if he'd like to use the time I have remaining. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just echo and fully agree with the point that you're making, that the amendment, while well-intentioned from Ms. Velasquez from New York, is not necessary because the oversight plan has a robust provision for review of deposit insurance. So let me assure her that I'm interested in this topic and would be happy to work with her or any other member on either side of the aisle to examine how technological changes could increase the risk of bank runs. Obviously, the speed with which information and misinformation can be disseminated, and the advent of digital banking, and the fact that faster, more costly bank runs can happen as a result of electronic transfer of funds is worthy of our oversight. I will note that as we look at options of reform, whether it's private deposit insurance, more deposit insurance tools like InterFi, targeted enhanced coverage for business transaction accounts, requiring collateralization of large uninsured deposits, any of these things, we should always remember that enhancing deposit insurance, there's trade-offs with that. And the trade-off that I would just submit in the remaining time here that we should all worry about is the moral hazard that would actually increase bank risk-taking. And this is to quote the Gruenberg FDIC, which in their report post-SVB said, moral hazard is the incentive to take on greater risk as a result of being protected from the consequences of risk-taking, since insured depositors face no risk of loss when you have unlimited deposit insurance and little incentive to withdraw funds.
My time has expired.
Risks can expand. So I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on this amendment?
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. My good friend from Kentucky was on a roll, and I wanted to give him a moment to finish that.
I'll be brief just in finishing the thought. I want to finish quoting the Gruenberg FDIC report about what the risks associated with unlimited deposit insurance or increasing deposit insurance could be. Again, moral hazard. And what the FDIC said, and I think a very well-balanced and very excellent report, was that since insured depositors face no risk of loss and little incentive to withdraw funds, risks and embedded losses can sometimes build over time at banks funded largely by insured deposits. Therefore, changes to deposit insurance must consider both the financial stability benefits of more coverage and on the downside, the possible implications for risk-taking in the banking system. So,
the gentleman yield.
I will. So, but let me just finish the point. So, while it's important to review this issue, and I'm willing to work with the gentlelady on reviewing the issue in our subcommittee, especially in the context of SVB, there are trade-offs to how we consider reforms in this area. I yield.
Well,
I'm not talking.
Just a moment. It's my time. So reclaiming my time. I don't know if the gentlelady is looking for time for me as well.
Yes, please.
You can have 30 seconds.
Yeah. First, I am not talking about unlimited deposit insurance or any specific proposal. What I'm saying is that the broad language on the oversight plan, on the reauthorization, doesn't address runs on uninsured deposits, and that we need to look at the failures that led to the 2023 banking crisis.
So reclaiming my time, having been chairman of the Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee last Congress, which did look into that and now also produced a report alongside with what the FDIC did, as my friend from Kentucky was talking about. Here's one problem with this, what we're not going to be able to fix, which is Silicon Valley Bank was mismanaged, but it was the cool place to bank if you were a tech company. That's why you had all of these people move all of their payroll and all of their loans. And by the way, it wasn't just loans for their tech companies. It was the loan so that they could go buy the overpriced vineyard in Napa Valley and wherever else so that they could have the cachet of having Silicon Valley Bank on their mortgage, on their checks, on their bank accounts, on their credit cards, and that is a problem. I would agree with the gentleman, and now being a new member of the financial institutions, which I'm very excited to work with my new chairman on, I think this is something that we do need to examine.
Mm-hmm.
I too look forward to working with the chairman and yourself on that particular issue, having had fairly in-depth discussions over the last 2 years about some of those. So unless the chairman cares for any more time, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion or debate on this amendment? If not, does the gentleman from Texas
Mr.
insist
Chairman,
on his
I'd like
point
to
of order?
withdraw my reserve on this point of order.
Mr. Session withdraws his point of order. There's no further debate or discussion. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the
Mr.
chair,
Chair.
the noes have it, and the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. Without objection, further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or debate on the oversight plan? Dr. Foster has got an amendment at the desk. We'll wait for it to be distributed. Yeah, I'm going to let him do this because I'm going to go eat. Okay. And Lucas is lining up.
Thank you so much. Have all members received the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I'd like to reserve a point of order against this amendment.
Without objection. Point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster. Sorry, the clerk will report.
An amendment to the oversight plan offered by Mr. Foster.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As many of you know, I'm a manufacturer. When I was a teenager, my little brother and I started a company that now manufactures the majority of the electronic stage lighting equipment in the U.S., employs over 1,000 workers in the Midwest, and we export a large fraction of what we manufacture. So I spend a lot of my time talking to manufacturers in my district and around the country. My amendment is a single sentence that adds a little, I believe, needed specificity in the subjects to be covered under monetary policy as it relates to price stability. This is obviously on the top of mind of the electorate as well as businesses, and especially manufacturing businesses around the country. The net effect of tariffs, for example, is not obvious, and it cuts both ways. It's well known to the business community, at least, that in the previous Republican administration, there are tariff policies through the United States into a manufacturing recession over a year before COVID even hit. And it also hammered the farm economy with over $20 billion in taxpayer-funded bailouts required just to keep farmers' heads above water. The second point I think that deserves specific recognition is central bank independence. If you look around the world at countries which are in macroeconomic chaos, I won't name names, but you all know what they are, a common thread here is a non-independent federal bank. And this is a central bank that does the bidding of politicians and according to their needs in the next election rather than the independent monetary policy they should be following. And this, I know, has been in the past a very strong bipartisan issue. I know that the member whose picture is up on the wall there during his time wanted to reduce the Federal Reserve's monetary role to reading a simple formula, which is sort of the ultimate independence, and I think going too far. But this is something that is really important to manufacturers specifically. And so I just, this is a one-sentence addition. It's fairly straightforward, and I think it would be a mistake for us not to look around the corner at the sort of threats that are already, being raised against what will end up being really important to the performance of our economy. That's pretty much it, and then yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anybody else seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
To move the strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate my friend from Illinois and his focus on monetary policy and price stability. I do oppose the gentleman's amendment just because it's really covered by the existing oversight plan, and I would just point to the broad language that's in the oversight plan on monetary policy that already exists. And then I'd also point the gentleman to the resolution offered by Chairman Hill creating the task force on monetary policy. And in many respects, because we have this special task force that will be ably led by Chairman Lucas, we're going to have even more focus on the issues that Representative Foster raises. So looking at the resolution under Section 3.2, an examination of the Federal Reserve's dual mandate, that's going to be part of the remit of the task force. Subsection 5, the impact of the Federal Reserve, its monetary policy on all sectors and elements within the economy. Certainly, the gentleman's the thrust of the gentleman's amendment is certainly encompassed by both the existing oversight plan.
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
I will. Just let me finish the point, and then I will. Let me just say one word about the gentleman's focus on independence of the Federal Reserve. I think it's very important in the context of that argument that we distinguish between the independence of the Fed with respect to the conduct of monetary policy and the so-called independence of the Fed when it comes to the supervisory and regulatory functions of the Fed. Congress did, in fact, and amplified them in the Dodd-Frank law, give the Fed supervisory and regulatory authorities. Maybe that's appropriate, maybe it's not. But there should be absolutely, definitively no Fed independence when it comes to the conduct of regulatory and supervisory functions of the Federal Reserve. It is no different than the OCC, the FDIC, or any of the other prudential regulators that should always, 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 in a democracy, be accountable to the American people through their elected representatives in Congress. The argument of Fed independence does apply to monetary policy, but it's important for us to make that distinction that when it comes to regulatory policies, the Fed needs to be accountable and transparent. And now I'll yield to the gentleman from Illinois.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, first off, I agree with your point that the supervisory stuff is intrinsically, should be subject to political supervision. Monetary policy is what I was focusing on this. You know, I'm frankly very disturbed by some of the comments by our new president that he believes that he should have a voice in interest rates. This is not okay because if you look at what's happened in countries where the president has ordered the central bank to manipulate interest rates in some way, it has been a disaster. And so I think that we have to all come together to make sure that we maintain that true independence.
Well, I'll reclaim my time and accept the gentleman's point. The only thing I would say is that the President of the United States was elected in large part because of the inflation crisis. And today, because of overspending, because of unwise fiscal recklessness, the bond market is telling the American people that a higher yield will be required to sell U.S. Treasuries. That impacts the very people who elected Donald Trump president of the United States. Mortgage rates are 7% in this country. Credit card debt is the highest ever, and the rates that people are paying with those credit card rates are reflected in that. Auto loan interest is high. And so the president and the political leadership in his cabinet that are responsible for economic policy, including the Treasury Secretary, have every right to comment on interest rate policy in America. And of course, the Federal Reserve is independent with respect to the conduct of monetary policy, but the idea that the American people who elected Donald Trump do not expect Donald Trump to have an opinion about interest rates that affect their bottom line and the affordability of everything. The American people want fiscal responsibility. That's what the message of the election was. They want inflation to come down. They want the cost of credit to come down. And so President Trump is merely responding to that electoral mandate by saying, hey, let's get our fiscal and monetary policies right and bring down the cost of credit so that Americans can once again afford a mortgage. And I think that is perfectly legitimate and is not in any way compromising of Fed monetary independence. Yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. Anybody else that seeks recognition for what purposes of ranking member seek recognition?
Yes. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is granted 5 minutes.
I want to thank our Financial Institutions Subcommittee Ranking Member Representative Foster for offering this amendment. Consumers and small businesses are rightfully concerned that the administration's plans for new tariffs could significantly increase the prices they pay for goods. Small businesses know that these tariffs are not paid by foreign countries, as President has claimed, but instead function as a tax on them and their customers. The President has indicated new tariffs would kick in as soon as February 1st, just a few days from now, and they could apply not only to China, but to our neighbors in Canada and Mexico too. To the extent we have a new task force examining monetary policy, we should comprehensively look at tariffs and other policies like mass deportations that could impact the Fed's ability to combat inflation and ensure unemployment stays low. For example, under Trump's proposed mass deportations, experts have warned that the U.S. rely even more on imports. If those imports are more expensive, costs could skyrocket. Moreover, there have been a lot of threats thrown around about undermining the independence of the Fed. We should also examine how Fed's independence has been critical to their ability to fulfill their dual mandate of promoting price stability and maximum employment. Indeed, the Fed's independence has played a central role in promoting long-term economic growth for more than a century in this country. Given past threats directed at the Fed that the President has made, and in light of his many misguided policies that could drive up the cost of groceries, we should serve as a check and balance to the President that the nation's founders intended and considered these important issues. Ladies and gentlemen, this is serious stuff. And all of the experts have warned us that if the President moves on increasing the tariffs, that is going to increase the cost of goods and services that we pay here in the United States. Now, you should know the President by now. You should know that the President oftentimes makes statements that he really perhaps doesn't understand himself, or he doesn't really believe. Remember what he said about Mexico? Going to make them pay for the wall that was being built, but no, we're paying for that. And so I just use that as a slight example. But we're about to start a trade war with our neighbors, Mexico and Canada. What is this all about? I know he wants to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. He wants to take back the Panama Canal. Give me a break. Do you guys really believe all this stuff? I tell you, the Fed is extraordinarily important. They do an in-depth job of analysis. They have all of the information that flows to them on a daily basis, and they know and understand what their job is. I want to tell you, I know the President would like to take over the Fed, the Federal Reserve, but I want you to know that he cannot do that. If we have the members of Congress deciding the mandates that the feds have, it would be a total mess for all of us to be involved in what we think about whether or not the interest rate should go up or should go down. It would get political. And so, members, why don't you just, on the opposite side of the aisle, put a letter together to the President and ask him to hold off on increasing the tariffs on our neighbors, and ask him to allow you and the committee here and Ways and Means and others to take a deep look at this stuff before we get into a lot of trouble. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking member yields back. Is there any further discussion on the debate? On this amendment, sorry.
Green from Texas.
If not, does the gentleman from Texas insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw
Mr.
my
Chairman,
point of order.
Mr. Chairman, Green from Texas would like to strike the last word.
Okay. I will note that votes have been called, but you certainly have your time. So with that, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. I yield to Mr.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish quickly a couple of points. It is my impression that that tariffs, I think, are not mentioned in the plan, and they really should be. I mean, there is, if you look at what's published on the theory of optimal tariffs in macroeconomic policy, it is not a small subject, and it is very important on this. And I think if you get tariffs wrong, you can really damage the economy. Think we saw that, frankly, in a big way in the manufacturing and farm sectors in the last Republican administration. And I think we want to understand if we're going to repeat those policies, we're going to have to defend ourselves against the same damage that we saw previously. And so and I believe it's not even mentioned in any of the text, including the text to form the new task force. And so I think that's really something that we would make a mistake if we did not focus on and understand, particularly if those policies start being implemented. And in regards to central bank independence, you know, the explanation that my colleague gave of how everyone would love low interest rates is a perfect example of why you don't want politicians deciding interest rates. Because a very common way for economies to go off the rails is that politicians decide everyone would be happier with low interest rates. They strong arm or jawbone the Fed chair to lower interest rates. And then the economy overheats and inflation gets out of control, and it doesn't end well for those countries. And so we really have to maintain a really strong firewall. And in the past, we had a strong bipartisan consensus to do this. I was sort of distressed to see one of the members across the aisle when we had Chair Powell in front of our committee criticize President Biden for not meeting frequently with him. Which sounds like that was Biden behaving himself and giving him free rein to do what he thought was best. And the fact that this was a defect of the Biden presidency as opposed to something that we should be proud of in a president that understood the importance of independence is, I think, it's an important point. And so that was the major point of my simple amendment. I urge everyone to support it.
Reclaiming my time, I now yield to the ranking member.
Thank you very much. I was trying to make a point about the representations that the president makes about money and revenue and the Fed, et cetera. Mr. Green, has the price of groceries gone down as the president promised the American citizens he was going to make them be reduced? Has he done that?
Have not gone down, and my constituents pay more attention to the supermarket than the stock market. I yield back.
Chairman? Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania. For what purpose?
I'd like to yield 1 minute to Andy Barr.
Gentleman strikes the last word.
And the
gentleman will strike the last word. He is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 1 minute to Andy Barr.
I thank my friend from Pennsylvania, and I'll be very brief. I just want to point out to the gentleman from Illinois who is right to point out the importance of trade policy and the fact that we've been ripped off by some of our adversaries and even face some unfair trade practices from allies and friends in Europe right now, that international trade is well within the jurisdiction of our committee rules. And I would point to page 16 of 26 in our rules where we have jurisdiction over international trade, including but not limited to the activities of the Export-Import Bank. And rest assured, I will be raising the issue of the proposed snapback sanctions of the EU on Kentucky bourbon, so in our committee. And so I'll work with the gentleman on trade issues in this Congress, and would just reference the fact that we have that jurisdiction. We share that jurisdiction with the Ways and Means Committee, and I'm happy to assert it in a bipartisan way with my friend from Illinois. I yield back.
I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back, but the chair will note that anything that messes with Kentucky bourbon definitely has Mr. Barr's attention, so we know that. All right. Is there any further debate or discussion? If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed say no. No. And in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from Illinois requests a recorded vote. For all those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise their hands. Seeing sufficient number raised hands, the recorded vote is ordered, and without objection, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed.
Are we going to go vote?
The chair would note that the previous announcement that we do, per our previous announcements, that the committee will recess for 2 votes on the House floor that are occurring right now, and the chair would encourage members to return promptly, and the previous previous question is ordered on the pending the amendments, and the committee now stands in recess.
Test, 1, 2, 3, test. Test, 1, 2, 3.
that information? You had it already?
No,
So I quickly Googled it and then found a report that someone had done on Trump.
We can start, because Glenn can.
Then I took that information in ChatGPT in one of these AI things. I'm like, summarize.
All right, members, we're about to begin. The committee comes to order. We're going to return to the oversight plan, and we are going to consider an amendment.
For what purpose? Is there further amendment or discussion?
Yep. Is there further amendment or discussion on the oversight plan? Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause while the copies of the amendment are distributed.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman has reserved a point of order.
Thank you.
Let's pause.
Just, I believe we've had the wrong amendment distributed.
It's debanking.
This one is on debanking.
Yeah.
This is Representative Talib, parentheses, debanking is the oversight plan amendment that should have been distributed. We'll continue our pause. What could go wrong? Do members have the proper amendment? The clerk will report.
An amendment to the oversight plan offered by Ms. Talib.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Talib, is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm offering this amendment to promote equitable access to our financial system for people of all faiths and all ethnic backgrounds. I know across the country, individuals, charities, and businesses have experienced trouble opening a bank account, maintaining their account, or sending or receiving payments based on religion or national origin. Mr. Chair, these are Americans, and there are specific categories of people that now are being denied the most basic financial services because banks see them as, quote, high risk. This is discrimination of the American people, plain and simple. I know for many of my residents, we call it, in many cases, banking while Muslim. I know Reverend Cleaver and I have been working very hard to try to push back against financial institutions. Again, they're implementing these policies that are discriminatory in practice. A recent poll found that more than 1 out of 4 Muslim Americans reported challenges while banking. The oversight plan discusses the potential for regulators to misuse their authority to, quote, debank individuals or businesses. Many of them are residents. Many of them are longtime business owners in our communities. I know digital asset firms are singled out for particular concern. However, the plan is silent on ethnic, racial, and religious discrimination carried out by financial institutions who debank individuals or organizations. And Mr. Chair, if the committee wants to take debanking seriously, I really truly believe it must investigate the issue in full. This is the motivation for my amendment and the intent, again, to make sure that all Americans have equitable access, no matter their faith or ethnic background. And I ask that we, again, explore these debanking abuses by financial institutions, not just financial regulators. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin, the chair of the Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence, Mr. Stiles, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank my colleague, Ms. Tlaib, for bringing up this amendment. And let me just say, I absolutely share the concerns of institutions being debanked, in particular those by the Biden administration and Choke Point 2.0, with their aggressive approach against financial institutions engaged in the digital assets and crypto space, as well as the Obama administration and Choke Point 1.0, which directly went after Americans' Second Amendment rights. The good news is, under the leadership of Republicans in this committee, we'll be able to have a robust oversight plan to look at the abuses of not only the historical abuses of the Obama administration, Choke Point 1.0, but the potentially gross abuse of the Biden administration in Choke Point 2.0 as it related to the digital asset space. And the good news is, under the oversight plan as laid out, we'll have the robust opportunity to explore the concerns that my colleague from Michigan has, but probably more importantly, an opportunity to really look at how businesses, I think, and as noted in the amendment, as businesses are denied access or to be debanked from the financial system, which there is significant evidence that occurred under the Biden administration, again, as related to digital assets in the crypto space, just as it occurred in Choke Point 1.0 as it related to gross abuses of Americans' Second Amendment. That said, the oversight plan allows us to do not only that, but to look further. And I think the well-worded plan as set forward by the committee makes this amendment unnecessary, although I appreciate the concern being raised that there were significant abuses by the previous administration, and look forward to that type of oversight being conducted under Republican guidance in the majority here in this committee. So appreciate the amendment. I think it's not needed, but appreciate the spirit in which it was offered. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member from California, Ms. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word. I want to thank our colleague, Representative Tlaib, for offering this amendment to improve the committee's oversight plan. The oversight plan already discusses concerns about Operation Choke Point, something I'm sympathetic to. But this amendment clarifies we should look at all situations where individuals and businesses have trouble accessing banking services, or where they have accounts frozen or closed with little explanation. While there are concerns about what regulators communicate with their banks that we should examine closely. We also must consider actions that financial institutions take on their own. Unfortunately, there's been a long history of discrimination in banking where people of color have had less access or more expensive access to financial products and services. This is a multifaceted issue that warrants a comprehensive bipartisan review, so I urge members to support this amendment. Let me just say, Mr. Chairman and members, I strongly support this legislation. And I want you to know that Representative Tlaib is absolutely correct. Let's look at other instances where the depositors and citizens of this country are being denied fair access to banking services. You know, I am absolutely joined with some of the members on the opposite side of the aisle as we look at Choke Point. I just think Choke Point is awful, and that people are denied services, their banking services are cut off, and nobody tells them why. You don't have anywhere to go to ask, why'd you do this? But meanwhile, people suffer. If you're a business and you can't get banking services and you're a victim of choke points, you could lose your business. And the other thing is, I think some banks on their own, having nothing to do with regulators, are holding people's checks far too long. And people need that money. And so I agree not only wholeheartedly with this, but I really want us to work together to see what we can do to improve banking services to both individuals and to businesses. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank the gentlewoman from Michigan for her amendment and for her focus particularly on how individuals and businesses may or may not be denied access to financial systems, including in a discriminatory way. And I appreciate the ranking member, too, talking about her agreement with the majority, particularly on this debanking issue, where people don't even know why they were turned away for financial services. And they're really two sides of the same coin, but in the ones I think highlighted by Ms. Tlaib's amendment, we have strict laws prohibiting it, and we have strict oversight responsibilities in this committee to investigate it. As we talked about earlier this morning in regard to Mr. Green's amendment, race, color, religion, sex, familial status, and national origin are protected classes. She particularly mentioned religion in her discussion of her amendment, and we have that, in my judgment, in the oversight plan quite clearly, that we are to look at that. For example, access to financial services is a key component of the oversight plan, and it includes looking at any issues about the effectiveness of regulators' fair lending oversight and enforcement efforts, just to name one of several throughout the document. So I don't believe that the amendment is necessary, and I would urge members to vote against it, but we agree, I think, ranking member, that mysterious debanking is something this committee will definitely look at and has looked at it in the last Congress, and this committee stands opposed to illegal discrimination on the basis of
Will the
class.
gentleman yield?
So I will yield for a moment, yes.
All right.
I'll yield to you for a moment, yes.
Let me just say this. Yep. This bill gives us the opportunity to do everything you just said and everything that I'm concerned about. This bill, I would ask you to reconsider whether or not you can support it, because if we really want to get into this area of whether or not we can improve banking services, we're all concerned about it. We're concerned about small businesses. We're concerned about choke point. We're concerned about discrimination. Why don't we take this bill as a way by which to move forward with it and get into those issues with both sides contributing and working together to get it done? So I would simply ask the chair to reconsider your recommendation, and let's get this bill passed so that we have something to work with to get on with what we all care about. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I reclaim my time, and I'll say, just in response, let's work together on this effective oversight plan and the charges that we've given these subcommittees to do exactly that. Our Financial Institutions Subcommittee has the full ability to assess if there's any evidence of discrimination in the financial services space and to ask our regulators and supervisors what they're doing about it. And our Oversight Committee, led by Mr. Muser, is going to be robustly investigating the whole concept of debanking. Therefore, again, I urge members to vote no on the amendment, but we appreciate the partnership on looking at debanking from multiple angles, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there any further discussion or debate on the amendment? If not, does the gentlewoman from Missouri withdraw her point of order? Ms. Wagner withdraws her point of order. If there's no further debate or discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. In the opinion chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. Without objection, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further discussion or amendment to our oversight plan? The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the
Ms.
desk.
Beatty has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause for it to be distributed.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Sessions.
I'd ask to reserve point of order on.
The gentleman from Texas reserves a point of order on the Beatty amendment. Do all members have a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the oversight plan offered by Mrs. Beatty.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes to support her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first congratulate you as Chair and Ranking Member Waters in her position, and thank you for the National Security Committee and my having the honor to serve as Ranking Member. Mr. Chairman, my amendment to the Oversight Plan would add a paragraph stipulating that the committee would continue to monitor federal regulators' efforts to implement diversity requirements of the Dodd-Frank Act. As you will recall, for 2 Congresses, this committee has had a dedicated subcommittee on diversity and inclusion. Even last Congress, former Chair McHenry's oversight plan actually included this exact same language. Mr. Chairman, as you opened up the committee, you took time to introduce the new members and said where they were from, the diversity of their different geographical areas. And certainly I appreciate your opening remarks where you said we would work in a bipartisan fashion, and even your words that said that our work will be authored and measured by the entire committee. So I am hoping that words matter. However, as it stands, the proposed oversight plan for the 119th Congress strips this provision and makes no mention whatsoever of diversity and inclusion in financial services. My colleagues on this committee know well the importance of representation from financial firms, access to capital for diverse-owned firms, and economic opportunities for everyone in America. These consequential matters absolutely deserve the time and attention of this committee. In previous years, many of my colleagues across the aisle were on the record supporting congressional oversight efforts to ensure that every American has equal access to financial services and has the tools that they need to build a brighter future for themselves and families. There is substantial evidence showing that representation and equal opportunity adds value and improves performance, and a proven record of success when we conduct appropriate oversight of D&I in financial services. It is clear that we must continue this effort. Contrary to the false, fear-mongering, divisive lies told by our president and vice president about DEI, the point of these programs and initiatives is to ensure that every American has a fair shot at a brighter future. That's rural America, that's urban American, that's for farmers, that's for business folks, it's for everyone. It is outrageous, and quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, it is un-American to suggest otherwise. Facts do, in fact, matter. This country continues to see significant wealth inequities. We saw a little bit of that just a few days ago. Wider gender and racial wage gaps, and disproportionately high poverty rates for certain groups relative to others. Mr. Chairman, just 2 days ago, into the new administration, these devastating executive orders are undoing years of progress and putting this country on a dangerous, declining path. A path in businesses. Many people in here are small businesses. People talk about our economy. When people are going to get a notice and they're losing their jobs because they provided some diversity, they made us be the democracy and the America that we are. And in this committee, when we're talking about access to capital, when we're talking about freer capital, and now we're going to say that because you are female, or because you are of color, or because you are rural, or because you are from a different culture, that you lose your job, and this is America? This is a democracy? It is just very hard for me to digest that in the same breath, we will talk about capital markets. In the same breath, we will talk about fair housing. In the same breath, we will be leaders to talk about making sure that we protect our investments and that we are not making an investment in our people. So let me say to my constituents and to the individuals across this country, because yes, America is watching, who are disgusted and disappointed by this administration's actions, still know that you have allies in this Congress who will fight for you and will fight for your rights. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri, the chair of the Subcommittee of Capital Markets, Ms. Wagner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. And I want to recognize and thank my good friend and colleague from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, whom I've worked with for years on so many issues here. And let me be very clear that ensuring that all Americans have access to financial products and services is a goal that we all share. And frankly, markets naturally produce diversity. They're not centrally planned and controlled. And let me just highlight a few places where this is already captured, Mr. Chairman, in the Oversight Plan. And I want to quote verbatim from the Oversight Plan. Quote, "The committee will examine ways to expand access to mainstream financial services among traditionally underserved segments of the U.S. population." Next point, the committee will review efforts to promote greater financial literacy among consumers and the general public. Next quote, the committee will review the existing regulatory framework for licensing and overseeing innovative products and services and will examine what legislative changes may be needed to promote financial innovation. And then again, directly from the Oversight Plan, Mr. Chairman, the committee will review efforts to achieve greater innovations and efficiencies in the payments system. These ideals are also embedded in the foundation of our subcommittee jurisdictions. And just to highlight a few, Mr. Chairman, in our Capital Markets Subcommittee, and I quote again directly from this package, the initiatives to protect investor interest and to promote investor confidence in market integrity and provide greater access to investment opportunities. In our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, and I quote, consumer access to financial services as well as consumer access to savings accounts and checking accounts in financial institutions. In the digital assets.
Would the gentlelady yield?
No, I'm going to finish right now. Thank you very much. In the Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence Subcommittee, with a focus on firms providing innovative consumer financial products and services. And given the broad jurisdiction of our remaining subcommittees, these ideals, Mr. Chairman, are captured. This approach, I think, reflects a forward-looking perspective, ensuring that the subcommittees are equipped to foster financial inclusion. We are backing our words with action by embracing the very technologies that can expand access to financial services at scale. This committee is fully committed to ensuring access to financial services for Americans, which is reflected in our oversight plan, which I highlighted at the very beginning of my remarks. And for these reasons, I urge members to vote no on this amendment. And I believe I was going to yield the rest of my time to Mr. Davidson.
Yeah, I thank the gentlelady, and I think the gentlelady from Ohio is a great colleague and just a passionate defender of much of the jurisdiction of our committee. I do feel she mischaracterized some of the things that President Trump has done with his executive orders and, frankly, the intent of our oversight plan. We clearly want a system that treats everyone fairly and equally under the law. And that is the point. We've decided under this DEI mantra to frankly discriminate against people. And the reality is Donald Trump has undone that decades-long bad practice to try to go for something that our country really is founded on, is merit. And that's embraced in our national motto, one of them anyway, e pluribus unum, out of many one. And I think my colleague refers to an idea that you just have e pluribus pluribus, out of many, many. You just stay divided, because that's the point of a lot of these things, is not to heal old wounds, not to provide a salve for injustice in the past, but to keep those wounds raw and unhealed. And I hope that we move forward in a way that provides great opportunities for our country. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ms. Wagner's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, the ranking member, Mr. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. I am almost speechless and overwhelmed by the opposition to diversity and inclusion. This amendment, which would allow the committee to monitor federal regulators' efforts to implement the diversity requirements outlined in the Dodd-Frank Act, seeks to restore a provision that was agreed upon by Republicans just last Congress. Let's be clear. Agencies under this committee's jurisdiction are required by law to take affirmative steps to promote diversity in their workforce at all levels. It is the responsibility of Congress to ensure proper oversight of this critical work. Despite the law, just yesterday, the Trump administration required, get this, all federal employees in diversity, equity, and inclusion roles must be placed on leave, paid leave, by 5 p.m. tomorrow, and that all DEI programs be removed. I don't even know what this means, absolutely. All federal employees in diversity, equity, and inclusion roles. Who are these people that are literally going to be placed on leave? Furthermore, just moments ago, Trump signed a third anti-DEI executive order that would revoke a 1936 executive order banning discrimination in federal hiring. This is not just an abandonment of duty, it's a direct insult to the law and to the committees and the communities we serve. The Dodd-Frank Act was enacted in response to the reckless banking practices, regulatory failures, and predatory lending that triggered the United States economic crisis. These abuses disproportionately harmed people of color, women, persons with disability, yes, and the LGBTQ individuals. Despite the safeguards introduced through Dodd-Frank, systemic inequities persist. Minority and women-owned businesses, for example, face disproportionate challenges in securing capital and federal contracts. The racial and gender wealth gap and pay inequities are stark reminders that our financial system is far from equitable. As Congress, the past chair publicly committed to examining DEI throughout the committee's work. Unfortunately, this commitment proved to be a little more than lip service. This Congress, Republicans are not even pretending. It is clear that they're following marching orders from their bosses, President Trump and co-President Musk. This abandonment sends a dangerous message that Black and brown Americans, women, LGBTQ individuals, and people with disabilities do not deserve the same access to opportunities and resources as their white male counterparts. Ensuring the federal regulations fulfill their DEI obligations. This is not a partisan issue. It is a matter of justice, economic fairness, and compliance with the law. And so I sit here as an African-American woman with an amendment talking about getting rid of our families, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, people in this country who have been a part of slavery, helping to build this country, who are still denied the equal opportunities. We don't make as much money as white people. We don't own as much as white people. We don't have the opportunities. Things are not open. And I'm supposed to sit here and nicely say, oh, that's not nice. This is hell produced by the President of the United States of America and his co-president. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. And I've got 30 seconds left, and all I can say is, I will not sit here day in and day out and listen to this crap without calling it what it is. And members, that's your president, and that's your co-president, but I'm going to gear in on everything that's done with this kind of racism and discrimination while I sit here and the other minorities sit here and listen to this crap.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I too will not just sit here and listen. I think it's important for us to recognize that an executive order, just because it's signed, doesn't mean it's going to hold up. It doesn't mean anything will happen to it. The Dodd-Frank Act is law. I think we need to make sure that we continue to fight and make sure that it is fully implemented as intended. I want to thank Ms. Beatty for her passion on this issue. I fondly remember being your vice-ranking co-chair of the Diversity and Inclusion Committee. You put a lot of time into doing this, and I think the bottom line, as Chairwoman Waters said, it's about equality and justice for all. It's really very simple. I really don't know why 3 letters, DEI, just scares people on the other side of the aisle, scares the White House. It's not even a 4-letter word, it's just 3 letters. So with that, I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment. I yield the balance of my time to my colleague and friend, Representative Beatty.
Thank you, Congresswoman Garcia. Let me say to my colleague on the other side, Congresswoman Wagner, for using her time to actually read me the oversight plan. And for the record, let me just say, clearly I read it. And let me use my time to say that I read it, and that was one of the reasons that I wanted to make sure that we protected diversity. Let me also give clarity based on her remarks and others that what this amendment is doing is asking to put diversity efforts and requirements back into what is already law, because it's in the Dodd-Frank Act. And secondly, words matter. I say that every day. And Mr. Chairman, I applaud you for the gift for me to chronologize and journal my journey here. And I'm going to dedicate this book to writing about DEI. Every time I come into this committee, I'm going to put you on notice. I don't care what the topic is. I'm going to put your districts on notice. I'm going to make this my commitment, because I get a card here that says to me that we're going to work on policies that will make our nation stronger. Well, this nation was built on slaves who gave their lives and built many of the buildings that they live in. This nation was built on women who breastfed your children and did other things. And you're going to send me a card to say, make our nation stronger, and then stand here and take exception to putting diversity and equity and inclusion? Why would you be so afraid? It doesn't eliminate anyone. We're not picking people who aren't scholarly. And then you're going to tell me to make freer capital markets? And then here's the last one to enter into the records. I want this document, Mr. Chairman, entered into the records, that we're going to offer more choices in people's personal pursuit of happiness on the same day this president of the United States is laying people off because they were qualified, but they happen to be of color. They happen to be female. Well, I'm going to tell you that is not acceptable to me. I'm going to say to you that I asked you to take a look at your districts. You took the same oath that I took. You took an oath of office to serve all of the people. We're not asking you to let someone keep their job because they're not qualified. If you look at the people who are in these jobs, they're being laid off. Some of these folks are making the difference in those departments. To give them lack of notice about their future and put this mark on their resume, how do they go look for another job and then explain? I did all this great stuff, but what am I supposed to say? But because my gender was what it is, I got removed. Look at this room and the people over here. You know, we got a vice president that got a black or brown wife. You know, so now when we look at talking about what we're standing for, I saw them little pretty brown black babies that they marched across here. So we're talking about our black and brown babies the same way. You are destroying the future of our children. It is genocide. And you're going to hear it repeatedly from me. Every day I hope I make you as uncomfortable as this makes me. And I yield back.
The gentlelady's time from Texas has expired. Is there any further discussion or debate on this amendment? Gentleman from Illinois, for what purposes does he seek recognition?
Comment on the amendment.
The gentleman moves to strike the last word. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I guess I just want to offer a little bit of history and maybe a little bit of empathy to my Republican colleagues.
Gentlemen, suspend. We've got to reset the clock. Okay, the gentleman may resume.
So I just want my Republican colleagues to hear me out for a second here. As a white dude, as a pretty privileged white dude, there's been a lot of talk on this amendment and others about how, of course, we're going to uphold the law. This is already coded into place. We're going to take care of it. But you all got to understand, you know, I hear that we were founded on the premise of e pluribus unum. Equal protection was not written into our Constitution. That came with the 14th Amendment. We were founded as a country where most people in this country could not even vote. And we are now sitting here today in a world where this Supreme Court, with judges appointed by Donald Trump, are deeply hostile to the entirety of the 14th Amendment. They nullified Section 3 of the 14th Amendment so that Donald Trump could get on the ballot. This Supreme Court essentially gutted the ability to have affirmative action under the provisions of the 14th Amendment, arguing that it's okay for colleges to seek diversity in terms of regional distribution around the country, in terms of academic interests, in terms of a mix of jocks versus nerds, but God forbid they seek diversity on a racial basis. And now this new president has said that he wants to get rid of birthright citizenship, which is the plain text of the 14th Amendment. So what are we left with? We're left with the Equal Protection Clause in there if they succeed in all those things, and you're asking us to listen and say, well, we're going to honor that. We took an oath when we got this job just a few weeks ago to defend the Constitution, not just the parts we like, the whole thing. And so, if we are going to have a good and constructive bipartisan term, it costs you all nothing to simply say that in this committee we are committed to equal protection, regardless of what another person in a co-equal branch has to say. I don't know why you wouldn't. I hope that you will. Yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Move to strike.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Part of our responsibility in the majority is to listen. But also part of our responsibility is to speak also, perhaps to not defend positions, but to add some level of content. I'm from Texas. We have people that walk across the border every day just to have children in this country. That is against the law. We have people that fly to territories of the United States, fly in just to have babies. To get an American passport, to get the American whatever is offered. I think what the President of the United States, Donald Trump, said is that in his executive order, he would like to challenge the Congress and government agencies to look at this issue, to be thoughtful about it, to gather together some, what I would call facts of the case, what I would call ideas about perhaps the misrepresentation, how people are taking advantage of this. I'm sick and tired of people come to this country and killing our law enforcement officers, as happened to a Border Patrol agent just a day or two ago. I'm sick and tired of criminals finding loopholes in the benevolence that this country has. I'm sick and tired of seeing politicians and people who will allow our federal law enforcement and sheriffs that are isolated in places a long way from their necessarily work location, men and women who are out the beaten path trying to protect this great nation. And I think it's worthy to be able to say that a country should be able to decide what its policies are. Other countries choose not to allow anyone to become a citizen, not allow anybody to come and work in their cities, in their countries. And yet others allow anybody to come, but they can never become a citizen no matter what. This country should make its own decision. But I think it's a little short-sighted simply to take advantage of what I think the President said in his directive, and that was, I think, the way I read it is, he wants us to look at the facts of the case and see what we think about it. He's challenging Congress. That's us, and that's you too. To take a look at the facts of the case and to see what would merit looking at the policy and seeing if we need to change it. This was done as a result of the Civil War. The gentleman is correct. But I don't think that it should mean that anybody that comes here under today's measures and conditions, just because they step across the border to have a baby, that should make them an American. So I think it's probably something that we need to occasionally stand up and just defend what the President said and also what we think is a good review. And I appreciate the gentleman taking his time to provide his feedback, because that is part of what this is about. And certainly Mrs. Beatty has done that, and the chairwoman from California, our former chairman, has done that same thing, and you've articulated carefully and thoughtfully what your ideas are. Our job is to listen also. But I think occasionally good reviews of policies where people take advantage of you is the right thing to do. And so, Mr. Chairman, that's what I intend to do. And I want to thank the gentleman for yielding time to me, and I'll yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the gentleman, Mr. Liccardo, seek recognition?
Thank you. I'd like to move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to yield my time to the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liccardo. I appreciate that. Let me straighten out something that the gentleman from Texas just said. He kept talking about, he thinks this is something the President of the United States wants us to look at. What is he talking about, look at? This president required that all federal employees in diversity, equity, and inclusion roles must be placed on leave by 5 p.m. today, and that all DEI programs be removed. He didn't say he wants you to look at it. He's done it. And on top of that, he went so far minutes ago, signed a third anti-DEI executive order that would revoke a 1936 executive order banning discrimination in federal hiring. What are you talking about? He wants us to look at. This is no
The
look
gentlewoman
at.
would.
No, I'm not.
It was to the other
It's
gentleman,
not
not
my time,
to
and
Ms.
I can't yell you
Beatty's
anything.
comments.
Mr. Liccardo, don't yell him anything. Don't yell him a minute talking about look at. You know what this says? In addition to these people being put out today by 5 p.m., this says that my grandchildren, my neighbors' grandchildren, all of my family's grandchildren, all of the people of color, all of the disabled people, all of the folks, not just people coming here to have babies. Stop that, quit it. This saying that they cannot be considered fairly and equally for a job in the federal government. This would revoke a 1936 executive order banning discrimination in federal hiring. He want to do to us what he and his father did in discriminating against people, not allowing them to rent their apartments in the buildings that they own. He wants that kind of discrimination. And so that's misinformation that he is giving out about wanting us to take a look at. And I told you, for every lie that's told, for every attempt to rewrite history, for every attempt to deny, to discriminate, I'm going to call it. I don't care how much time it takes. I'm going to ask the members here to do the same thing, because this president and his co-president are about to undo the work of civil rights organizations and people of good thoughts and want to do good things, correct the wrongs of our society historically. They want to undo all of that. This is bold. This is bad. This is very harmful. Revoke a 1936 executive order banning discrimination in federal hiring, which means if my grandchild, my great-grandchild seeks out a job, and whomever has the responsibility for determining whether or not, no matter what their education is, no matter what their qualifications, if they just decide that you can't have this federal job, you can't have it. That's discrimination. And you think that we're supposed to sit here and take this? Well, I hope that they will support your amendment, but they don't have the guts to do it. They're going to do what Trump and they're going to do what Elon Musk tells them to do. This is what we learned about them looking at all at 2025, which they deny. This is what we've learned about what they've been talking about, what the plan is, and we've got to fight it with everything that we possibly can, with every breath that we breathe. We've got to fight it. So you go ahead, and you vote against it. You vote against it. And to my used to be friend from Texas, you're not my friend anymore. Okay, I take it back. No, what you just did and what you just said and try to describe this as people coming over to have babies. This is hardcore discrimination.
The chair will remind all members to direct their comments to the chair.
Yeah, that's it. When you play fair, I'll play fair. And so, I don't take back anything that I've said, and I want you to know that I am extremely outraged. I am extremely outraged that this would be an attempt just in few days of the inauguration to deny everybody who wants a job and who are qualified for it to be able
Gentleman's
to get
time
it
has
in
expired.
federal
For what,
government.
gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield time to my friend and gentleman of impeccable character, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions.
I want to thank the gentleman, and I would like to personally apologize if the gentlewoman thought I was in reference to conversation about DEI, about the indications of the things she spoke to us about and Ms. Beatty spoke about. As I said, I think we have an obligation to listen. My conversation was directly related back to the gentleman who spoke about birthright citizenship, and that was it. Those are two distinctly different executive orders. And I will be the first one to say, Maxine Waters is my friend, and I in no way intended to impugn her, nor Ms. Beatty, who I like very much. And I want to respect them. I have a Down syndrome child, a disabled young man who's 31 years old. I try and be very sensitive to those needs. I have others in my family, through marriage, that may not exactly correspond to the way I live my life and they live their life. But that was not what I was in reference to. I stated I believe we should listen to the gentlewoman, former chairperson of this committee, Maxine Waters. I said we should listen to Mrs. Beatty, and that I felt like I should. But my comments were directly related to the speaker immediately before me about birthright citizenship, which is an entirely separate, in my opinion, executive order. So, for the gentlewoman from California, I will come up to this bar and I will say, if I had misstated something, I apologize. I admire you, I respect you, and I like you. And you know that I treated you with great fairness, respect, and dignity every day you came to the Rules Committee when I was the chairman of that committee. And I treated every single person, whether I agreed with them or not, at the Rules Committee and chairman for 6 years with dignity and with respect. And I'm sorry if I failed that today, but I was in reference to the gentleman, and I want to thank the gentleman. I would yield back my time. Thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back to Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr.
Reclaiming my time,
Thank
I'll
you.
yield 30 seconds to the ranking member. I do believe she has something to say.
Thank you very much. I certainly accept your apology. And I'm appreciative for the fact that you seem to understand how hurtful and how destructive it is what is going on DEI. So I accept that, and I urge you to vote for Ms. Amendment. Thank you very much.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman, and I will say, you can agree or disagree with the president. He is acting within his prerogative in the same way the previous administration did. And what I would encourage is, though we may disagree, John Quincy Adams loved the House of Representatives because it's where you argued and debated. It was the people's house. It was the raucous chamber. But that we should, as we move forward and continue to work together and achieve the goals and mission statement of this committee, that we treat one another with respect versus lashing out at one another. I think will be far more productive as we move forward. And again, I thank the parties for having a constructive dialogue and conclusion on that matter. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion or debate on the amendment?
Would the gentleman yield 30 seconds?
The gentleman has yielded back, so there is no time to yield. Is anyone else seeking recognition? The gentlelady from Massachusetts, yes, Massachusetts seeks to strike the last word. So the gentlelady is granted 5 minutes.
Thank you, Congresswoman Presley. Let me echo the words of Congresswoman Waters to you, Congressman Sessions, and certainly appreciate your comments in not making it in reference to my statement nor the ranking member's statement. And I think that also took courage, courage to share your personal stories. And it is with that passion that I say to the last gentleman, don't confuse my tone or intent with lashing out personally to anyone other than the person who authored the DEI. And you are probably right. As the President of the United States, he has the ability to do what he's done. But as a member of the United States Congress, I also have a voice to say and do what I'm going to say. You can disagree without being disagreeable. I am 100% disagreeing with what the president has done, and as Ranking Member Waters said, it's a violation of our civil rights movement. We're supposed to be talking about moving forward. We're supposed to be talking about, as our chair of this committee said, working in a bipartisan way. Well, you can't come in here and not expect us as agents of our community to not stand up for our community. It's the same way you stand up, and it is the same lashing out that I've heard the gentleman sitting in the chair now do on the areas that he's passionate about in financial services. So let me put this disclaimer out here. I'm gonna come with this same tone of defending what I believe all of those folks who are being laid off. What do they put on their resume? Because I applied for a job because I had a PhD or a law firm from a HBCU or an Ivy League school and made changes that we all agreed on were some of the best changes, but today I'm laid off because I took a job that we authorized as government officials and agents. We've had an OMWI program, thanks to Section 39 in the Dodd-Frank Act that we all voted on and passed, and that presidents of the United States of America put into law. You're not punishing me. You're punishing our future of our younger folks. You're punishing people who might have worked in government for 30 or 40 years and decided to get into a program that we created, and today they lose their jobs. We're punishing our economy. So I'm hoping you understand, if you get laid off from your job and then there is no plan for what happens to this person, we're in financial services. How are all these folks being paid? How long will they be paid? What will their references say? They are active participants into our economy. We talk about capital markets. We talk about making sure that people have access to financial institutions. But we know when you are underbanked and unbanked, you lose your job. Any one of us in here, if you don't have another business or job out there or somebody else who has a job and you get laid off, you know what that does to your personal ability to advance and to take care of your family. What about the single men and women out here who are bringing their children up and proud that they work for the United States government? How do you go back to a community and explain that the President of the United States thought it was all right to get rid of all these programs, to get rid of all these individuals? So I only say this as I close to let you know the disdain that I have, the anger that I have, the disgust that I have is not directed, Mr. Chairman, to the chair of this committee, but it is the situation we're in here, and this is the avenue that I lend my voice to. So I want to just say that we will continue to have this discussion, but thank you so much, Congressman Sessions, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back to Ms. Presley.
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
Oh,
we're still in this.
Does the gentlelady yield back?
I'm just eager. Yes, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. All right, is there any further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, if not, does the gentleman from Texas insist on his point of order? Sorry, you withdraw the point of order. Okay, with that. If there's no further discussion or debate, the question is now occurred on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Ohio. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. And in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested, and all those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hands. Seeing a sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. Without objection, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further debate on the amendment?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady from California has an amendment at the desk. We will pause while copies of the amendment are distributed.
Have all members received the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the oversight plan offered by the ranking member.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you very much. My amendment would add a new paragraph to the oversight plan to ensure that our committee focuses on financial fraud and policy solutions to better stop it. As we all know, financial fraud is on the rise. For example, a survey by the Association for Financial Professionals found that 80% of small businesses and their customers were victims of payment fraud. In 2023, which is up from 65% experiencing payment fraud the year before. Financial fraud can happen through a variety of means, including cybercrimes, identity theft, point-of-sale credit or debit card fraud, or imposter scams, where bad actors pretend to be a bank, government official, or trusted person to trick a consumer to send them money or to give them access to accounts. This is not only happening with newer payment methods using one's phone, we're also seeing a resurgence of old techniques like check fraud, where bad actors are stealing checks from mailboxes and altering them to their advantage. Financial fraud is harming a variety of consumers, including older Americans, service members, small business owners, and community financial institutions. Bad actors don't care if their victims are Republicans, Independents, or Democrats. Everyone is getting hurt. The committee should review these troubling trends and consider legislation to stop financial fraud and support the harmed consumers. Last year, I introduced the Protected Consumers from Payment Scams Act to better protect consumers when they are defrauded into sending a payment to a bad actor. My legislation is based on similar reforms the United Kingdom has implemented to address the rise and payment scams they've seen in their country. Some of the UK's reforms are being voluntarily adopted by some in the industry, but more is needed. For example, we should be doing more to encourage information sharing between the government and private sector whenever a bad actor is identified, thus potentially preventing them from harming additional consumers. We should also make sure community banks and credit unions have access to quality technology that can help them better detect financial fraud that may harm their customers. As chairs, both I and Chairman McHenry held hearings on this issue, especially as cyber-enabled fraud increased during the pandemic. Given the growth of this issue, this is a topic that we should continue to pursue. I simply urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I want to thank my colleague and the ranking member for her amendment, and I agree with the urgency of the topic. And I look forward to speaking with you, Madam Ranking Member, and also learning more about your legislation and what the United Kingdom has done to combat this. I will tell you, I recently had my first meeting of the year with the Kentucky Bankers Association, and I asked them what was their number one topic, what was their number one issue for community financial institutions in Kentucky, both urban, suburban, and rural areas. And they said fraud, check fraud, payment fraud, these very issues that you so rightly raise. And so I do appreciate the amendment. What I will say is I believe that the oversight plan that has been presented by the chairman, I think, covers this topic quite well, at least in 3 areas. One is the oversight plan with respect to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. What I will say is that obviously there's a lot of disagreement on this committee about how well the CFPB has done in protecting consumers, but I do think we could all agree that one area where we would like to see the CFPB spend a little bit more time and focus their energies on is protecting consumers from fraud. Because as the ranking member rightly pointed out, we've seen incidents of fraud skyrocket and increase dramatically. The CFPB has been asleep at the switch on this. And I would also submit respectfully that this so-called junk fee agenda that Director Chopra has pursued has limited the capacity of financial firms and credit providers, both bank and non-bank, credit unions and others, to actually be able to combat the very kinds of fraud that Madam Ranking Member so rightly points out that is victimizing our constituents. So, number one, our oversight plan focuses on fraud, and hopefully we will be able to, with the new administration, redirect the focus of the CFPB to actually protect consumers and focus on fraud more at that agency. Secondly, on line 10 of page 2, improper disclosure of personally identifiable information. This obviously encompasses the fraud issues that the ranking member points out. And finally, on line 15 and 16 of page 2 on payment systems, where the committee will examine policies that impact money transmission and payment industry practices to protect consumers, that also encompasses the issue. So let me assure the ranking member and anyone else who has interest in this topic, the Financial Institution Subcommittee will be laser focused on this agenda. I look forward to working with Ranking Member Waters on her legislation, looking at that, but having robust hearings about other potential solutions to this issue and giving community financial institutions, all financial institutions, the tools to combat this rising case of fraud. And one final thing, this extends beyond our jurisdiction a little bit. My colleague from Kentucky, Chairman Comer in the Oversight Committee, he has jurisdiction over the Postal Service. I submit that we talk to the Oversight Committee and talk to them about the rise in mail fraud and check fraud, and talk about the adequacy of the Postal Service inspectors, because that's something that actually I think we need to do because of all the check fraud that we're seeing. The rise of check fraud is proper staffing of the postal inspectors. And I would submit, if the CFPB will not do this, if they're focused on banning financial products that Americans want, instead of actually focusing on protecting consumers on fraud, maybe we should work with DOJ and reassign some of the people at the CFPB who are not protecting American consumers and ask them to join the Postal Service and actually protect Americans from check fraud.
The gentleman yield, please.
Yeah, I think I made my point, so I'll yield.
Well, you made your point, but let me just say, you're certainly putting the emphasis on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. You know this, President, and you know the Republicans don't like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and I think you're all going to go after it again to kill it. Why don't we just support the Kentucky Bankers Association? Why don't we just say to them, you're right. Number one issue
Well,
is
I'll reclaim
fraud.
my
We
time
support
and I'll
you.
answer the question. The spirit of my comment was, I want to work with you. And I want to work with you on the California credit providers, the Kentucky credit providers, all of them. This is a big problem. We can make this bipartisan. I do think that part of the solution is refocusing the Consumer Protection Bureau on protecting consumers in this area. I think they have not done a good job here, and I want to work with you on your legislation and also on giving the Bureau maybe some incentives to actually focus on this very important issue. My time's expired. Is there further debate or amendment on this issue, on this amendment? If there is no further debate, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Without objection, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further debate or amendments? The gentlewoman from Massachusetts has an amendment. We'll pause while the amendment is being distributed. I do want to see her.
Thank you. Sorry, you have to waste the paper.
Have all members received the amendment? Okay, the clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment offered by Ms. Presley.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment is straightforward, common sense, and essential to the work of the Financial Services Committee. The section of our oversight plan that discusses artificial intelligence on page 6, line 35, the amendment would add the following, quote, "The committee will evaluate standards and challenges in assessing, identifying, and regulating bias and discriminatory effects in artificial intelligence technologies and systems used by financial institutions, including AI utilized in internal operations and consumer-facing services and products," end quote. We need to know if AI is working properly, and my amendment would empower us to do just that. I represent the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District, which includes cities like Boston and Cambridge. We are already one of our nation's largest financial centers, and we are shaping up to be a hub of AI innovation. The cutting-edge technology that many of us can trace its roots to my district. And when I'm in community, I hear from folks about how they're excited for AI, but they're also worried about its harms, specifically bias and discrimination. And they're not alone. In fact, 83% of machine learning professionals stated that identifying AI bias is a top challenge. So this amendment should be uncontroversial. Evaluating and understanding AI bias and discrimination are critical for the jurisdiction of this committee. In banking, we need to know if AI is discriminating against first-time entrepreneurs and preventing them from opening a business. In capital markets, biases in AI can result in the failure to detect insider trading and fraud. In housing, we cannot let AI deny mortgages to families who are qualified. And when it comes to our credit reporting agencies, no person can afford to let mistakes in AI ruin their credit. As more and more companies rely on AI, it is incumbent upon each of us serving on this committee to do what's best for our constituents, what's best for the financial system, and what's best for the country. When AI works properly, it helps all of us. But when AI is biased and discriminatory, our most vulnerable customers suffer, like women, people with disabilities, the Black community, and folks living in rural areas. This amendment recognizes a widely agreed upon fact that AI is not perfect. Everyone knows this, from big tech CEOs to everyday working class people. That is why my amendment is necessary to codify in our oversight plan and let the American public know that we are going to do our job and ensure economic opportunity for all. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To strike the last word, appreciate it. Anytime there's new technology that comes online, there's benefits and potential downside risks. I often remind myself when automatic teller machines came online, there was headlines in the New York Times that said bank tellers would all lose their jobs. And as we look back, of course, what happened, the ATMs became ubiquitous, actually a little bit less so now because you can pay for things on your phone. But the downside risk associated with the new technology was managed. And when we look at AI, there is great upside potential, also some potential downside and risk, and my colleague recognizes those downside risks that exist. Of course, the upside and the good news is if taken, we actually have a real opportunity to standardize decision-making process and remove some of the human subjectivity and promote better outcomes if we use AI. The good news is if we look at page 6 of the Oversight Plan, where we explicitly address the risks associated with AI technology, we can utilize the current Oversight Plan as already drafted to ensure that AI-related discrimination is within the scope of the committee's oversight work. And so the amendment offered, I think, is reasonable. In some ways, it's just not necessary because the Oversight Plan already accounts for an ability to review such things. I think it's also worth noting, just more broadly, because we speak about this a lot of times with technology, that AI does not absolve financial companies from their responsibility to comply with robust anti-discrimination protections that are in place. So sometimes in this committee room, sometimes it's as if we skip over the fact that just because AI is in place or any form of technology is in place, it doesn't absolve a company from a robust compliance with anti-discrimination policies that are in place. But the good news is, for my colleague, that the way the Republican majority has drafted the Oversight Plan, we have already ensured that your concerns are within the scope of the committee's oversight work, and so as a result, the amendment's not necessary, and I would encourage my colleagues, as a result, to vote no. With that, I will yield back to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California, the ranking member, is now recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
I applaud Ms. Presley for offering this important amendment to include in the committee's oversight plan to direct the committee to examine bias and potentially discriminatory outcomes in artificial intelligence. Trump has ended diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the federal government, and I'm sure he will target these programs in the private sector as well. Democrats know that even though Trump says he's abandoning efforts to promote equity, discrimination still exists and needs to be rooted out. This amendment is a good step forward in ensuring our committee stays focused on AI models and the data and algorithms baked in them and monitors they are being used to perpetuate bias, and discrimination throughout our housing and financial systems. Without the consideration of AI bias and discrimination, AI technology and systems cannot be truly safe, secure, or trustworthy for anyone. Listen, I not only support this amendment, but I'm realistic and I understand. If this committee allows the President of the United States to do what he's doing, not only to get rid of diversity and inclusion, but those who work in any way connected to diversity and inclusion, and then to overturn by executive order a 1936 law banning discrimination in federal employment. I don't expect anything from this committee. I would hope they would do the right thing, but they won't. I yield. I yield to the gentlelady.
Gentlelady yields to
All right, thank you, Ranking Member Waters. I just want to address to my colleague across the aisle. The current oversight plan only says risks. So that's vague and it ignores the very real concerns. And again, I've been in community with constituents who are very, excited about the prospect for the good things that could come from AI. But there are very real concerns around algorithm bias and discrimination, which we have plenty of data to support. This current plan only says risks. It's vague. It ignores the real concerns that our constituents have. The committee needs to be clear to the public about our intentions and state plainly that we will tackle bias and discrimination. Voting against my amendment would give a free pass to banks and financial institutions. As Ranking Member Waters says, maybe we don't care about that. She's going to give a free pass to banks and financial institutions to ignore the potential discriminatory effects of the AI technology that we use. And let me also just say this, because colleagues across the aisle often talk about rural America. Rural communities in particular are more sensitive to AI's responsible and ethical use. The systemic exclusion of rural data makes AI less reliable and less accurate. Moreover, the United Nations agency, a study of 133 AI systems across different industries, found that about 44% of them show gender bias. And then finally, the Pew Center surveyed and found 52% of U.S. adults are more concerned than excited about AI in daily life. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Is there further debate on the amendment? Does gentlelady yield back?
Yes.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If there is no further debate or discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Oh, yes, move for recorded vote, please. Yeas and nays.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. Without objection, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further discussion, debate, or amendment? The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I finally have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause by copies of that amendment are distributed. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, great. Okay.
Thank you.
Have all members received the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the Oversight and Authorization Plan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would include language to ensure that the Financial Stability Oversight Council, or FSOC, examines the threats that climate change poses to our financial stability. FSOC, of course, has responsibility to identify any and all potential risks to financial stability, including climate-related financial risks, and to push its member agencies to respond to those threats. 2024 was the hottest year in history. It was the first calendar year when global average temperatures exceeded the Paris Agreement's target of 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. We got to understand that's not just a random number. That is the number that climate scientists came to report years ago was the number at which we were going to hit irreversible changes in the climate and accelerating changes. The feedback loops are working in the wrong direction at this point. I would remind you all, or at least those of you who are my age or older, back in '92 when Hurricane Andrew came, and it was a big deal that there was a $1 billion weather event. I think Hurricane Andrew came in a little over $10 billion by the time it was all done. In 2024, climate-related disasters resulted in economic losses of more than $180 billion. In 2025, the preliminary estimates from California is that we are already up to $275 billion in just one claim. This isn't, whether or not you agree with the human causes and human-caused climate change is really not the point here. Because we have heard on this committee over the last several terms that, number one, the more likely your property is to be in a flood-prone area, the more likely the banks are to offload that risk onto Fannie and Freddie. We have heard on this committee from Fannie and Freddie that they are aware that they are taking on these risks, but they have access to reinsurance markets to cover that risk. We have heard, or we've seen, at least in the recent news, Governor DeSantis in Florida saying that their insurer of last resort may have to be socialized, and I think all of us are anticipating the day when they're going to come asking us to help bail them out. We have heard in California questions about the solvency of their insurer of last resort. We had heard recently, Mr. Barr, when you and I were in Europe, meeting with Zurich Insurance, and our colleague, Mr. Obernolte, was pointing out that if his constituents lose their home in a wildfire and the insurance company re-rates it, does that violate some kind of principle of insurance pooling? I think he said if we don't allow pre-existing conditions to be prejudicial in health insurance, why should we allow that in home insurance? The point is we're all hearing this from our constituents, right? And as my friend Spencer Glendon, former managing director at Wellington Capital Asset Management, has painfully but accurately pointed out, our species has lived when climate was this volatile before, but back then we were a migratory species. And we now are sitting here in a financial system where most of Americans' wealth is tied to a specific geographic location, where we know that sea levels are, we've locked in 2 feet of sea level rise on the Gulf Coast, which means that there are huge amounts of Florida, Louisiana, Alabama, Louisiana, and indeed parts of the eastern seaboard, where if you buy a house today, you will lose it before the 30-year mortgage is paid off. That's locked in. And so the question becomes, if the banks are offloading this risk to insurers, if the insurers are choosing to walk out of that, if the reinsurers are tentatively there and they're putting it on Fannie and Freddie, at some point it's going to come back to the taxpayers. And so we have jurisdiction over insurance generally. We have jurisdiction over the banking sector. We have jurisdiction over our banking regulators. I would submit to you that it behooves us to get out in front of this, especially since our colleagues in those co-equal branches are walking away. Trump has once again pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. The Fed just pulled out of the NGFS. This is not about determining what action we can take. This is, do we want information or do we want to put our heads in the sand? And so this is simply an opportunity to make sure that we get that information, to make sure that we're informed. And I just close by noting that earlier today I was at a meeting with several folks in the banking industry, and they were talking about what room there was for good bipartisan action on this committee. And there was a joke made, but it's only funny because it's kind of true. They said the Financial Services Committee seems to be really bipartisan in responding to financial crises and really partisan in trying to prevent them. I would just ask us all to, on this one where we are getting information, where we have these issues that affect all of our districts and are only getting worse, let's try to break that habit. Let's try to make that joke not so funny. Urge support and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Appreciate my friend always raising these issues related to climate-related financial risk. It's not just the regulators that are exiting these international climate-focused agreements. It's not just the Fed and some of the prudential regulators exiting the network for the greening of the financial system, and mercifully so, but it's also the private sector. And my friend from Illinois is very good about talking about market-driven demand for this. And apparently the market has turned on the private sector because all of the major banks in the United States, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, they've all now exited the Net Zero Alliance. And the major asset managers of our country. And why are they exiting the Net Zero Asset Alliance? Well, in its annual securities filings for 2023, BlackRock acknowledged that mounting scrutiny from stakeholders, regulators, and clients could adversely impact the company's reputation in business. So it does turn out, after all, that the market is interested in what? Returns. Not the politicization of asset allocation, but returns. Thank goodness that we have returned to the concept that capital should be allocated based on efficiency, based on the highest and best use, not based on political, fashionable trends. Look, climate is a real issue, and climate, as my friend from Illinois points out, does carry with it, and weather carries with it risk. It always has been. It always has, especially in the insurance context, as he pointed out. And regulators must keep their eye on all of these risks, including climate risk, including weather-related risk. Bank regulators and FSOC must not seek to expand, though, their missions beyond congressional authorization, especially in the area of climate change, attempting to serve as de facto climate regulators. We have in our oversight plan, on page 2, Financial Stability Oversight, the committee will review the operations, activities, initiatives of FSOC and the Office of Financial Research. The gentleman from Illinois, other members in our oversight of FSOC can certainly raise these issues. But I would submit that instead of creating separate and unique climate-specific regulatory mandates, climate should be considered within existing frameworks, such as credit and operational risk assessments, which prevents the need for overlapping and prescriptive regulatory measures. The fact of the matter is, to the extent changes in the weather pose risks to financial stability, they are already taken into account. And by the way, not just by regulators, but banks and insurance companies have always taken into, for centuries, taken into account weather-related risks. And so I think the gentleman's amendment, while well-intentioned, is superfluous and unnecessary, and I'll yield back. The gentlewoman from California, the ranking member, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I commend our colleague, Representative Caston, for offering this important amendment that I support. The wildfires that have impacted thousands of families in Los Angeles County are just the latest example of climate-related events that are happening more frequently across our country and with more devastating impact. Unfortunately, President Trump has already pulled us out of the Paris Agreement on climate, and I'm deeply concerned others want to follow his lead and stick their heads in the sand regarding climate. Regardless of what Trump does, our committee needs to do our job of overseeing the financial system and ensure all steps are being taken to monitor and mitigate all threats to financial stability, including climate-related risk. The Treasury Department issued a report last week, and the title of their press release says it all, and I quote, "Homeowners insurance costs rising. Availability declining as climate-related events take their toll," end of quotes. Having said that, I would like to ask the new chair if you, well, let me put it this way. Did you understand what was being said about these risks always being taken into consideration by insurance companies, et cetera, et cetera? Did you understand what he was saying?
Are you asking to enter into a colloquy with me
Yes,
about insurance risk as it relates to climate change?
yes.
Yes, I did understand that.
Well, say so.
Well, I think that we all understand, especially in light of the disaster in your neck of the woods in the state of California, that the wildfires are presenting a real challenge, and that as a member of the Financial Services Committee and as the Subcommittee Chairman of Housing and Insurance, I am very passionate about housing. I asked to be on that committee as my first preference when I came to Congress, and I think there are things we can work on to help mitigate some of the risk and the disaster and the effects that are affecting so many good people in California right now. And I know that Chairman Hill and Subcommittee Chairman Barr are willing to work with you, but as to this amendment, I don't think it's necessary. This is your time, by the way.
Yeah, and reclaiming my time here, let me just say that whether or not climate change is recognized, as you care about housing,
I do, very much.
and, you know, we can build better housing, we can reduce the cost of housing, we can change the materials in housing, et cetera, et cetera. But I suppose the question is, do you recognize that the winds that took place 100 miles per hour in LA County and the destruction that took place has to do with climate change? No matter what you do about housing, that climate change is a cause of what happened in LA County?
Well, I live a long way from LA County. I live in the middle of the nation where we've seen an increase in tornadoes and hail events, and certainly having an impact on the house insurance market in Nebraska, where we've seen our premiums increase 60%, which is very difficult. I share a lot of concerns about California's situation, one of which is forestry management. The other one is a lot of your insurers have pulled out of your state due to some state laws and state regulation where they are unable to price the risk. As it relates to the weather patterns on the West Coast, I'm no expert, but I'm certainly not denying the fact that climate change could have played a role in that. And I think at the end of the day, the bigger issue is how do we adequately price the risk around the entire United States and then navigate that. And I'm very excited to work on that issue, and I know how important housing is to you and to the people you represent, and I look forward to working with you on it.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to hear you say that you understand that climate change is playing a role in what is happening.
To be clear, I'm
Yes.
from Nebraska. I cannot speak to California's weather
No,
patterns.
I'm not talking about California. I'm talking about the entire country. I'm talking about the world. I'm talking about climate change, but that's okay. I won't press you any further. Thank you very much. And Mr. Caston, thank you very much for the attention that you have paid to this issue and the work that you continue to do. And the more we have the kind of incidences like is happening in LA County, perhaps the more we will have more people agreeing that climate change is causing this kind of
Gentlelady's
destruction.
time's
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last
Strike the
word.
last word.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And look, thank you, Mr. Caston, for your passion for this issue. And I just wanted to comment on Mr. Caston's comment that, you know, when we react to a crisis, it's often very bipartisan, but when we try to prevent it, unfortunately, sometimes it is partisan. And I remember last Congress when we had hearings talking about the insurance market in California. We were trying to prevent a crisis. The market was saying, gosh, there's an awful big increase in risk of fires. There's an awful big increase of the size and scope of those being not able to be contained. The FAIR plan, which is the backup plan for fire insurance, seems to be massively undercapitalized. And Californians were saying, climate change, climate change, climate change. And the insurers were saying, yeah, we believe that there's going to be a higher risk of many of the same things that you say are higher risk. We just need to be able to price the risk. And California's reaction, which is their purview, they're a sovereign state, said, well, we're going to cap the prices. And the insurers said, well, we're not going to go bankrupt for you. Well, we were trying to sound the alarm and say maybe we should send a message to the California regulators. It's not be well thought out. So as we look to come together and respond to this crisis, I do hope that we take into account that not every solution that waves the flag climate change is actually meant to address the problem. The market is sending signals that, yeah, there's more risk. And some of our colleagues would just say, well, let's open up the checkbook. We'll just keep writing checks and expect you to change nothing about your behavior. And the reality is we probably should change some things about our behavior. And I look forward to working together to prevent more risk in a bipartisan way. And I think that the spirit of the amendment might be intended that way, but because of the way it's working out, I do oppose it. And I'll yield to the chairman.
Pardon?
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion or debate on the amendment?
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Let me say that I strongly support this amendment coming from Texas and certainly seeing the risk that has been put on us, not only in terms of insurance risk, but just risk generally from a lot of different threats that come through the climate-related issues, everything from hurricanes to rains to tropical storms to the snow yesterday. So I think anybody who tries to suggest that there's no climate-related financial risk and that has not increased the cost of insurance, which means it increases the cost of your home, just has not been reading the papers, has not been reading the tweets, has not been reading anything, probably been hibernating because it's too cold. But I just want to thank Mr. Caston for this amendment. I can tell you that coming from Texas, I know we need it. So with that, I yield the remainder of my time to you or the ranking member, as you both desire.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Garcia. First, to my friend, Mr. Davidson, I would love to continue the conversation with you about state insurance markets. I would point out only that we will irk all of our state friends if we have an honest conversation, because every state has different ways that they price insurance. There's a significant concern I have, particularly in climate change, that we're seeing some cross-subsidization between states. We have been pushing FIO to get the insurance companies to provide the data. They have been reluctant to disclose. And I think in the interest of making sure that we understand where those risks sit in the system so that we don't have to bail them out or have the taxpayers bail them out, I'd love to work with you on more disclosure. But more broadly, that is not a question of markets working efficiently. That is a question of markets intentionally withholding data, misrepresenting data so that they can profit off risk, which is fine. I spent 20 years in the private sector before getting here. I raised and deployed $200 million, equity and debt, spent a lot of time in those markets. And to Mr. Barr and his comment about the private sector responding in certain ways, let's be very clear about what the private sector is doing. Number one, banks who can offload risk before it comes to maturity will. That's smart. That's why the banks have told us that they're offloading risk onto Fannie and Freddie, because they are confident that we are too stupid to watch and see what they're doing, and we'll take risk that they have priced and decide they don't want to hold to maturity. That is a smart thing for the private sector to do, but it doesn't make it an efficient market. What we also know, as Mr. Barb noted, is that banks are looking to appease regulators in states who have said, I am not going to allow you to manage my pension if you invest in things like climate change related, if you invest in things, if you choose not to provide investments to things that you in your banking view as risky, but me in my views as anti-woke or whatever nonsense we have. And those banks have decided that it is cheaper to appease regulators than to manage risk. That is not an efficient market. The fact that they're doing it is a sign that markets are not working, not that they are. Number three, banks, like every other private sector actor, want to sell their assets when it comes time to sell to people who know less about their assets than they do. You always make more money selling to an uninformed buyer than to an informed buyer. The question of what this amendment is doing is not saying we got to go get woke. It's saying we need to make sure that we have access to that data that nobody in the private sector has an economic interest in providing. And we can then decide, once we have that data, How do we use this data? What policies do we make? And do we, in our commitment to competitive markets, disclose this data so that buyers and sellers can make informed decisions in the marketplace? This is basically a question of, are we pro-market? Are we in favor of equal disclosing of risks? Or have we decided that climate change is so politically toxic that it's better to hide our head in the sand, knowing full well that the end result of that is that the risks ultimately get put on the taxpayers, and we have to bail them out?
Gentlemen, yield.
It's Ms. Garcia's time.
Garcia's time.
The gentlelady yield.
It's my time, and I had asked him to yield to the ranking member if she needed more time.
Ranking member, 23 seconds.
Let me just say that I appreciate what Mr. Davison had to say. This is not just a California problem. Of course, the wildfires have reaped devastation on all of the communities that were in the path of the
gentlelady's
wildfires.
time has
This
expired.
is a national, international problem, and it's not
gentlelady's
just
time has
management by anybody in California that could have stopped the winds in the way that they performed. Thank you.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Is there further discussion or debate on the amendment? If there is no further debate or discussion,
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Ranking Member Waters. This is not just a California problem. I live in the Deep South in Georgia, in Atlanta, and I've talked about this in my committee work here, where my insurance company dropped my husband and I's homeowners insurance just last year because of our neighborhood and the extreme weather events that we've been experiencing, especially with the tornadoes like you see in your part of the world. But these are extreme weather events that are across the country, and that is exactly one of the reasons that was used when my homeowners insurance said that they would not be renewing my homeowners insurance last July. And so I just want to make sure that we understand that this is not just a California issue. This is something that is happening across the board, and that is why I know, Congressman Caston, that our colleagues in the state legislature, they will be very upset about us talking about this. I served in the state legislature as a state senator in Georgia, and I was on the insurance committee. And it is something that states like to take ownership in, but we've got to do something about this, and because we have an entire country that we're piecemealing this together, and people should not be fearful on what is going to happen if they can insure their homes, their most valued possession for most people. And I would yield to the chairwoman if you would like to finish your statement. Ranking member.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Williams, for expanding on this discussion. One of the things that we've got to realize is the role that the financial institutions play in helping us to get to the point where everybody are participating in doing what we can to control climate change. What can we do with our financial products? What can we do with the financing of certain materials for the construction of homes and businesses? It goes on and on and on. And to the degree that we get the recognition that has been denied for far too long about the role that climate change is playing in the devastation of not only California, but all over this country and all over the world, then I think we will be able to save homes that we're so concerned about, people being able to own and to purchase, and to be able for our young people, the millennials, et cetera, to be able to have safe and secure places that they can have. So if you're concerned about housing, if you're concerned about financial services, if you're concerned about so many things, you've got to be concerned about climate change. Again, Mr. Caston, thank you so very much for your interest and for your work. And despite the fact that we still have a long way to go to absolutely convince people of the role that financial services play in all of this. We have to keep pushing. We have to keep working. We have to make sure that the information is available not only to other members, but to the constituents that we all say that we serve, and we want to make sure that they have safe, decent, and secure environments and safe, decent, and secure living. We've got to do the work no matter how hard it is, no matter how difficult it is. And the more we bring our resolutions and our bills, the more we're going to have to discuss it. Still, there may be those who are not thoroughly convinced, but that's our job, to make sure that we do everything that we can so that no one can say, oh, I didn't know, I didn't understand, I didn't hear, I didn't know that there was legislation, I didn't know that there were things we can do. It's those managing people, it's the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, it's everybody but climate change. We've got to do whatever we need to do to ensure that those who don't yet join us in our efforts to save our country and to join with others in the world who are already moving forward dealing with climate change. We've got to make sure that we do our work. And I welcome the opportunity because that's why we're elected. We're elected to represent. We're elected to lead. We're elected to make sure that we disseminate the information and we make sure that our constituents understand to the best of our ability what we can do for a decent quality of life, a secure quality lifestyle for everybody. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Is there further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, there is no further debate or discussion. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. What purpose does the gentleman want to be recognized? A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a record vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a record vote is ordered. Without objection, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further debate or an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, Ms. Garcia. We will pause while copies of the amendment are distributed.
Thank you.
Keep bringing candy to committee on support your amendment.
Who was it who said I thought this was candy? I would open my heart to you, but apparently can't open my cap. God, I can't get it open.
Okay. Once we have all members received the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
An amendment to the authorization and oversight plan offered by Ms. Garcia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman from Texas is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would require the committee to examine policy options to improve language access in mortgage servicing and processes for borrowers with limited English proficiency. Expanding access to mortgage services will help more people reach the American dream. Mr. Chairman, currently there are approximately 25 million people, that's 8% of America's population, that have limited English proficiency. So we're not talking about one group or two groups, we're talking about 25 million people. From firsthand experience, I have seen the uphill battle language barriers create for residents across my district, Texas, and the country. If anyone here has ever tried to take out a mortgage or buy a home, you know how difficult it can be. Lots of paper to review, lots of things to sign. Ensuring fair and equal access to home buying for everyone, regardless of their primary language, must be a priority for this committee. It's about making sure that everyone can say, mi casa, su casa. This is about helping all our constituents make home ownership a reality and equip them to better navigate the financial sectors and all related agencies. I urge my members to please support this amendment. It's very similar to a bill that I had. It really is about making sure that everyone gets a shot at the American dream. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize myself for 5 minutes. While I appreciate the spirit of this amendment, I know this amendment has been offered in the past, and I appreciate the gentlelady's passion on the issue. As the gentlelady may recall, in 2021, the CFPB put out guidance encouraging lenders to make their documents legible to those with limited English proficiency. Doing so, where possible, can be a helpful thing for many people. Encouraging that is a good thing, but perhaps something that is not applicable to the oversight plan we are discussing today. Still, I applaud the gentlelady's effort and commitment on this subject, even if I feel the amendment is unnecessary. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Is there any other debate? Ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Garcia, for offering this amendment, which will strengthen the committee's review of the mortgage market. There's more than what we should be doing to ensure all Americans, whether they speak English fluently or not, have the information they need when making what may be the largest financial decision they will make in their life, which is to take out a mortgage loan. As homeowners know, there are a lot of documents and various rights you have as a borrower, and that information should be conveyed in a language a borrower understands. Furthermore, there can be circumstances like a pandemic or wildfire when a borrower might be eligible for forbearance on their mortgage, and those options should be conveyed to a borrower in a language that they understand. So this amendment will help ensure we examine these language access issues, building off legislation that Representative Garcia has introduced and that the House passed in 2022 as part of my comprehensive bill to advance racial economic equity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very, very important for so many reasons. I can recall when we were confronted with the loss of so many homes during 2012, and when we had the occurrence of the foreclosures on so many homes by the banks from these faulty mortgages that they had taken out. And I can recall that most of the members had not understood the mortgage very well that they had taken out, and a lot of those was due to language barriers. So this is very important, and I would hope that our members of this committee on both sides of the aisle would support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further debate or any amendments? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
If there's no further debate or discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
As
And
for
the
recorded
amendment is not
vote,
agreed
Mr.
to.
Chairman,
What purpose do you want to be recognized?
as for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a record vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a record vote is ordered. Without objection, the proceedings on the amendment are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause while the amendments are being distributed.
Have all members received the amendment? Clerk will report.
An amendment to the authorization and oversight plan offered by Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're back. Imagine for a moment that you're going to go and buy your first home. Let's say you've had an apartment where you've always paid your rent on time, and you have decent income from a steady job, and your bank account is rising because you've been saving your money for this first home. You're certain that you have everything that it takes to get your mortgage and finally have a house of your own, the American dream, home ownership. But now you show up to the bank and your lender tells you that none of that matters. Why? Because whether or not you qualify for a mortgage comes down to a number, a credit score that's based on past credit history. And unfortunately, this is your first loan. Your credit invisible. But y'all, let's be real. You could probably pay your mortgage if you've been paying your rent just as well as anybody else has been paying bills every month. So what are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to get ahead? How are you supposed to achieve the American dream? How are you ever going to qualify to buy a home when you can't get there after doing everything right, everything you've been told to do? Y'all, for far too long, credit scores haven't painted the full picture when it goes to someone buying their first home, and we need to fix that, and we can. Several years ago, I introduced the Expanding Access to Credit Through Consumer Permissions Data Act. My bill, which is supported by a number of consumer groups, would increase access to home ownership by tasking lenders at the request of applicants to consider additional financial data, such as rental payment history, bank statement information, and pay stubs that may not show up in a credit score. Considering this additional data would help individuals who are credit invisible to have a fairer opportunity at home ownership. In 2022, this committee marked up and approved this bill. And I know there have been other proposals that have advanced as well, including one from Representative Green on an FHA pilot, and also with you, Chair Hill, you have a bill on alternative data as well. This is an area that I'm hopeful that we can all work on together, so let's make this an official bipartisan priority. We can pass this amendment today, which would clarify that as the committee considers ways to expand access to financial services for underserved communities, that we will examine proposals that will do so through the use of data that historically has not been included in credit scores, such as rental payment history or a borrower's transaction data. In the words of Chairman Hill, we should all work to offer citizens more choices in their personal pursuit of happiness, and this amendment does just that. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further amendment debate? Mr. Davidson of Ohio is recognized to strike the last word.
Chairman, I oppose this amendment. I encourage all our colleagues to oppose this amendment. Nearly every single amendment offered today, as our colleague referenced, is from a bill from a previous Congress. This is legislating in the rules. I think it should be just out of order. In the event it's not, we should just vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there additional debate on this amendment? Ranking members recognized to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. I want to commend our colleague, Representative Williams, for her work on this amendment, which I urge my colleagues to support. For far too long, too much focus has been given to credit scores that had many shortcomings and errors and do not accurately assess a borrower's credit worthiness. This amendment directs the committee to consider reforms that will expand access to credit by ensuring lenders consider additional information like rental payment history or transaction history when underwriting a potential borrower. This amendment builds on legislation that Representative Williams previously introduced and we passed through the committee when I was chair that allows borrowers to request alternative data not typically included in a credit report to be considered. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very important. These credit scores determine whether or not you can purchase what is needed for a decent quality of life. Most people don't have money that they can pay for everything outright. They have to have credit. We have to have credit. We know that now that the billionaires are in charge of our country, that they don't need to care about credit scores and perhaps Trump will not support this, and they will take his lead. But I want you to know that Americans trying to have a decent quality of life, who are purchasing things they need to own a home, purchasing, goods and services, paying the rent, all of that depends on credit scores. So I would urge members on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Well, first, I, of course, empathize with Ms. Williams' position here because I've introduced this bill for 10 years in the Congress to use alternative data for credit score purposes, and it has been marked up in this committee many times. But that is, I think, a good concept. So I want to say I'm always happy to work with members on both sides of the aisle to have alternative data included in consumer reporting. Appreciate her keen interest in this, but I agree with my friend from Ohio that we are proposing a legislative idea as opposed to just simply an oversight plan. We have plenty of coverage on this particular item on consumer access to financial services in our oversight plan. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there any further debate or discussion on the gentleman's amendment? If no further debate or discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment from the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. And the amendment, the chair, the noes has.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Georgia.
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote's been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the table. I understand that. Thank you.
Have all members received the amendment? The clerk will report.
An amendment offered by Mr. Liccardo.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from California is now recognized for 5 minutes to support his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for considering my amendments to expand this committee's oversight plan to discuss the Housing Choice Voucher Program, commonly known as Section 8, and on the availability and affordability of insurance. Since my proposed amendment on the insurance issue is relatively minor, I'll simply summarize it by saying I believe it would be helpful to better understand the extent to which decisions made by this Congress in the 1945 Act may have had impacts on affordability and availability of insurance today, and I associate myself with the earlier remarks of Mr. Casson. I'd like to focus my statements today, though, on the first proposed amendment, which is relating to housing choice vouchers. For purposes of this amendment, I'll put aside my strong view that we need to quadruple the appropriation of funding for housing choice vouchers to address the enormous gap between the 2.3 million households with vouchers and the remainder of the 11 million extremely low-income families who need them. I'd like to instead focus on how the housing choice voucher program could be improved within its existing budget. And specifically, I'd like the committee to explore how we can eliminate obstacles to the deployment of vouchers. For example, most public housing agencies understandably impose a use it or lose it deadline for families and individuals to secure an apartment with a voucher, typically within 180 days. A 2021 HUD study showed that only 61% of people who received a voucher in 2019 were able to secure housing within 180 days, leaving too many extremely low-income families who waited years in line for a voucher. They remain unserved, often losing that voucher as a result. A more recent study in December of '24 and by Freddie Mac concluded that despite concerted efforts to encourage more deployment of housing opportunity vouchers in high opportunity areas, barriers continue to impede their utilization in those neighborhoods and instead remain disproportionately concentrated in high poverty neighborhoods. These obstacles may include restrictive source of income standards, lack of provisional approvals of apartments where local housing authority inspections are delayed, and a balkanized and inefficient voucher delivery system that often has multiple agencies serving the same regional market, creating conflicting mandates for landlords and for tenants. The area of my greatest concern, however, arises from barriers that prevent the nimble deployment of vouchers with more innovative approaches to reduce street homelessness. This grows out of my experience as mayor of San Jose and out of the frustrations of many of my mayoral colleagues of both parties in other cities. San Jose is a city of 1 million residents and one of 44 cities in this country with at least 1,000 unhoused residents. And in case you're wondering, a great majority of those 44 cities are outside of the state of California. They're in cities like Miami and Dallas and Las Vegas. Homelessness is a national crisis growing at 18% last year and afflicting 770,000 Americans. The conventional approach to building housing in many major U.S. metros is too slow and too costly to address this crisis for reasons we're all familiar with. Among other reforms, we must use more innovative housing models and construction methods to bend the cost curve and build housing at a speed that the homelessness crisis demands. Some of those approaches, including the use of prefabricated housing and modular housing, can be deployed with a unionized, well-paid workforce. Cities and counties throughout the nation are launching innovative housing models to address homelessness, but because their access to vouchers is often precluded by rigidities in existing federal law, they cannot pay for the operations and maintenance of those developments, nor pay for supportive services such as mental health and job placement. Section 8 is often interpreted too narrowly to prevent the use of housing choice vouchers for those pioneering approaches to moving people off the street. In San Jose, for example, in only 30 months, we constructed 5 communities of more than 500 units of prefabricated modular dormitories on public land at 1/10 the cost and 1/5 the time of constructing conventional apartment buildings. These dorms provided residents with private bedrooms and private bathrooms, utilities, hot water services for mental health and job placement. By the time I left office at the end of 2022, unsheltered homelessness had dropped nearly 11% that year, despite going up elsewhere in the state. And many other cities started to adopt this model and launch similar projects in their cities. One obstacle halted our progress and the progress of all those other cities, however. It prevented the scaling of these innovative models, and that is that housing choice vouchers could not be deployed at any of these projects. As a result, cities stopped building new prefabricated dorms because they could not bear the additional cost of operations, maintenance, and services without the help of vouchers, which typically would have paid for those services with any nonprofit or for-profit building owner, including local housing authorities. We should understand how we can enable greater flexibility in the deployment of housing choice vouchers to combat our homelessness crisis. Thank you very much.
Chairman of the Housing Subcommittee.
Thank you. Motion to strike the last word. This amendment, Mr. Chairman, would seek to add greater specificity to the committee's oversight plan, where, in my opinion, none is needed. The largest agency under the jurisdiction of the Financial Services Committee is the Department of Housing and Urban Development. HUD currently administers 100 active, permanent, and temporary major mortgage grant assistance and regulatory programs and employs over 8,600 full-time employees in the U.S. All aspects of HUD, including every one of those programs and its employees, are subject to oversight by our committee, whether enumerated within the oversight plan or not. Nevertheless, the oversight plan specifically makes mention of several HUD programs, including federal rental assistance, public housing, homelessness, community development block grant, Native American housing assistance, and the Self-Determination Act block grant, and other housing programs. The committee intends to oversee all existing HUD programs, as well as any related housing program of other agencies like the Department of Ag's Rural Housing Service, to ensure they are modern, relevant, and effective at their mission of serving those most in need of federal assistance. Additionally, the committee's oversight will be aided once again by receiving testimony from the inspectors general, as we did in the last Congress, regarding our housing agencies, In fact, they appeared twice last Congress to provide periodic updates on the performance of our housing programs. Additionally, as it relates to the gentleman from California's second part of his amendment regarding insurance, our oversight plan already includes language regarding affordability. I would call the committee's attention to page 4 of the oversight plan, beginning in line 24, specifically stating, and I quote, "This includes monitoring the developments affecting the affordability and availability of insurance to consumers at the state level, the impacts of natural disasters and other weather-related phenomena, the benefits of expanded use of reinsurance, and the ongoing actions of the Treasury Department's Federal Insurance Office." With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge us to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Nebraska. Is there further discussion or debate on the gentleman from California's amendment? Ranking member from California, Ms. Waters, is recognized to strike the last word.
Move to strike the last word. I thank Mr. Liccardo for his amendment today. Committee Democrats have given great strides to improve the Housing Choice Voucher Program and families' ability to use them quickly and effectively. For example, during the height of the pandemic, I successfully secured $5 billion through the American Rescue Plan Act for the first of its kind emergency housing vouchers to provide vouchers targeted exclusively to people experiencing homelessness. Part of what has made the EHV program so successful is the administrative flexibilities we provided to get people off the streets and into housing as quickly as possible. Additionally, Mr. Cleaver has led bipartisan legislation known as the Choice and Affordable Housing Act, which removes bureaucratic barriers within the Housing Choice Voucher Program to help encourage landlord participation in the program. And finally, Mr. Liccardo's amendment raises an important issue around state regulation of insurance pursuant to the McCarran-Ferguson Act. Each and every one of our districts are experiencing insurance-related issues, whether it's the rising cost of insurance or the dwindling availability of robust insurance coverage options. Given the worsening insurance crisis and the effects of it is having on households, the ability to secure a mortgage loan, and affordable housing developers' ability to get housing built. In fact, the affordable housing sector has shared that they are facing rate increases upwards of 300%, which is stalling development across the country. It is critical that this committee not only uphold the primacy of the McCarran-Ferguson Act, but we should also ask ourselves whether the federal government has a role to play in helping states stabilize weakening insurance markets. And so, for our newest member, this is very important amendment, and I certainly hope that the opposite side of the aisle will take it into consideration and support this amendment, and I thank you for introducing it.
Thank the gentlewoman from California. She yields back. Is there further debate or discussion on the gentleman from California's amendment? If none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the
May I
noes have
request
it,
a
and the
recorded
amendment
vote?
is not agreed to.
May I request
The
recorded
gentleman from California has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Without objection, further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. Per the chair's previous announcement, we will now recess for floor votes. We'll resume immediately after those votes, finish amendment debate on the one remaining amendment that we have proposed, and move directly to votes. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the pending amendments. The committee stands in recess. Committee will come to order. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, the committee will now take the votes on the proposed amendments to the rules of the committee for the 119th Congress. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Huizenga.
No.
Mr. Huizenga votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Davidson.
No.
Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose.
No.
Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile.
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Salazar. Ms. Salazar votes no. Mr. Downing. Mr. Downing votes no. Mr. Herodopoulos. Mr. Herodopoulos votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Ranking Member Waters.
Aye.
Ranking Member Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Aye. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Aye. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Aye. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes yay. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver.
You can do it.
Mr. Himes. Aye. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Aye. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes yes. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia votes yes. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen. Mr. Fields. Mr. Fields votes aye. Ms. Bynum. Ms. Bynum votes aye. Mr. Liccardo.
Aye.
Mr. Liccardo votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no. Mrs. Wagner.
No.
Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Emmer.
No.
Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk.
No.
Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen.
Clerk will report. Mr. Stutzman, how do you wish to be recorded? Mr. Stutzman votes no.
Mr. Stutzman votes no.
Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye.
Mr. Gottheimer votes aye.
Mr. Torres, how do you vote, Mr. Torres? Mr. Torres votes aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Mr. Donalds votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 29.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, amendment number 2. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Huizinga.
No.
Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Salazar. Ms. Salazar votes no. Mr. Downing. Mr. Downing votes no. Mr. Herodopoulos. Mr. Herodopoulos votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Ranking Member Waters. Ranking Member Waters votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes yea. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes yes. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen. Mr. Fields. Mr. Fields votes aye. Ms. Bynum. Ms. Bynum votes aye. Mr. Liccardo. Mr. Liccardo votes yes. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen.
Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22 and the nays are 29.
Is not agreed to. Now, is there further discussion on the resolution? If not, the question now occurs on approving the resolution. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Aye. All those opposed to say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Michigan requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Huizinga. Aye. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Aye. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Aye. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Aye. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Aye. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Emmer. Yes. Mr. Emmer votes yes. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Aye. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Yes. Mr. Rose votes yes. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes yes. Mr. Timmons. Aye. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Stutzman. Aye. Mr. Stutzman votes aye. Mr. Norman. Aye. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Aye. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Salazar. Ms. Salazar votes aye. Mr. Downing. Mr. Downing votes aye. Mr. Herodopoulos. Mr. Herodopoulos. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Ranking Member Waters. Ranking Member Waters votes no. Ms. Velazquez. Ms. Velazquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott vote. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes nay. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster.
No.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes nay. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
No.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen. Mr. Fields. Mr. Fields votes nay. Ms. Bynum. Ms. Bynum votes no. Mr. Liccardo. Mr. Liccardo votes no. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye.
Have all members voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? The clerk will go back and call the names of the members who are not recorded.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Herodopoulos. Mr. Herodopoulos votes yes. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen.
Clerk will report. Mr. Cleaver, how would you like to be recorded, sir?
Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 29 and the nays are 23.
The majority of the members having voted for the resolution is adopted. The resolution establishing the rules of the committee for the 119th Congress are approved. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff are authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changing to the resolution under consideration. Consistent with Clause 2A2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House, the committee will make these rules publicly available no later than 60 days.
Excuse me?
Pursuant to an agreement with the ranking member, our first vote will be en bloc. The following amendments. Mr. Scott, number 1. Ms. Vasquez, number 2. Dr. Foster, number 3. Ms. Tlaib, number 4. Ms. Presley, number 7. Ms. Williams, number 10. Mr. Liccardo, number 11. The question is now on the en bloc. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Huizinga.
No.
Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mr. Lucas.
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile.
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Flood votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Salazar. Ms. Salazar votes no. Mr. Downing. Mr. Downing votes no. Mr. Herodopoulos. Mr. Herodopoulos votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Ranking Member Waters. Ranking Member Waters votes yes. Ms. Velazquez. Ms. Velazquez votes yes. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes yes. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes yes. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes yes. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes yay. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes yes. Mr. Himes. Yes. Mr. Himes votes yes. Mr. Foster.
Yes.
Mr. Foster votes yes. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes yes. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes yes. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes yes. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen. Mr. Fields. Mr. Fields votes aye. Ms. Bynum. Ms. Bynum votes aye. Mr. Liccardo. Mr. Liccardo votes yes. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no.
Call the names of the members who are not yet recorded.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen.
Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23 and the nays are 29.
A majority having voted against the en bloc is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga votes no. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Salazar. Ms. Salazar votes no. Mr. Downing. Mr. Downing votes no. Mr. Herodopoulos. Mr. Herodopoulos votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Ranking Member Waters. Ranking Member Waters votes yes. Ms. Velazquez. Ms. Velazquez votes yes. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes yes. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes yes. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes yes. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes yay. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes yes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes yes. Mr. Foster.
Yes.
Mr. Foster votes yes. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes yes. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes yes. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes aye. Ms. Talib? Ms. Talib votes yea. Mr. Torres? Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen? Mr. Fields? Mr. Fields votes aye. Ms. Bynum? Ms. Bynum votes aye. Mr. Liccardo? Mr. Liccardo votes aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams? Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen? Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23 and the nays are 29.
Is not agreed to. Question now is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes no. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes no. Mrs. McLean? Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Salazar? Ms. Salazar votes no. Mr. Downing? Mr. Downing votes no. Mr. Herodopoulos? Mr. Herodopoulos votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Ranking Member Waters? Ranking Member Waters votes yes. Ms. Velasquez? Ms. Velasquez votes yes. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes yes. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes yes. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes yes. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes A. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver votes yes. Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes votes yes. Mr. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Foster votes yes. Mrs. Beatty? Mrs. Beatty votes yes. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes yes. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes yes. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes aye. Ms. Talib? Ms. Talib votes yes. Mr. Torres? Mr. Torres votes yes. Ms. Garcia?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia votes yes. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Yes.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes yes. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen? Mr. Fields? Mr. Fields votes aye. Ms. Bynum? Ms. Bynum votes aye. Mr. Liccardo? Mr. Liccardo votes aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams? Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen?
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23 and the nays are 29.
The majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Huizenga.
No.
Mr. Huizenga votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mrs. Wagner. No. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile.
No.
Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Salazar. Ms. Salazar votes no. Mr. Downing. Mr. Downing votes no. Mr. Herodopoulos. Mr. Herodopoulos votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Ranking Member Waters. Ranking Member Waters. Ranking Member Waters votes yes. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez votes yes. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes yes. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes yes. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes yes. Mr. Green. Mr. Green. Yay. Mr. Green votes yay. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes yes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes yes. Mr. Foster.
Yes.
Mr. Foster votes yes. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes yes. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes yes. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen. Mr. Fields. Mr. Fields votes aye. Ms. Bynum. Ms. Bynum votes aye. Mr. Liccardo. Mr. Liccardo votes yes. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23 and the nays are 29.
The majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Huizenga.
No.
Mr. Huizenga votes no. Mr. Lucas.
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions votes no. Mrs. Wagner. No. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Emmer. No. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Loudermilk. No. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Davidson. No. Mr. Davidson votes no. Mr. Rose. No. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Salazar. Ms. Salazar votes no. Mr. Downing. Mr. Downing votes no. Mr. Herodopoulos. Mr. Herodopoulos votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Ranking Member Waters.
Yes.
Ranking Member Waters votes yes. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez votes yes. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes yes. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes yes. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes yes. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes yea. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes yes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes yes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes yes. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes yes. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes yes. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Mr. Fields. Mr. Fields votes aye. Ms. Bynum. Ms. Bynum votes aye. Mr. Liccardo. Mr. Liccardo votes yes. Mr. Chairman.
Nope.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Have all members voted? Is there any member who wishes to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23 and the nays are 29.
A majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion on the authorization and oversight plan? If not, the question now occurs on adopting the authorization oversight plan for the 119th Congress. All those in favor of the authorization oversight plan say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the plan is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
The Vice Chairman.
I respectfully request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from Michigan requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Huizenga.
Aye.
Mr. Huizenga votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Aye.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Aye. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Aye. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Aye. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Emmer. Yes. Mr. Emmer votes yes. Mr. Loudermilk. Yes. Mr. Loudermilk votes yes. Mr. Davidson. Aye. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Yes. Mr. Rose votes yes. Mr. Stile.
Yes.
Mr. Stile votes yes. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes yes. Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes yes. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes yes. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes yes. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes yes. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes yes. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes yes. Ms. Salazar. Ms. Salazar votes yes. Mr. Downing. Mr. Downing votes aye. Mr. Herodopoulos. Mr. Herodopoulos votes yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Ranking Member Waters. Ranking Member Waters votes no. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes nay. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes no. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster.
No.
Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes no. Ms. Garcia.
This is a yes, no. No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
No.
Ms. Williams of Georgia says no. Ms. Pedersen. Mr. Fields. Mr. Fields votes no. Ms. Bynum. Ms. Bynum votes no. Mr. Liccardo. Mr. Liccardo votes no. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes yes.
Now the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 29 and the nays are 23.
Congress, the plan is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The staff is authorized to make any necessary technical and conforming changes to the plan considered today. Pursuant to Clause 2D of Rule 10, the authorization oversight plan will be submitted to the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform and the Committee on House Administration no later than March 1st. Does the ranking member seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I struck the last word for purposes of entering into a colloquy with you.
The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As has been the practice of your predecessor and myself when I served as chair, we abided by a number of informal agreements in addition to those described in the rules package before us today. I'm pleased that our staffs have worked together to present us with this set of informal agreements, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent that this list be inserted into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to ask whether you intend to abide by this set of informal agreements.
Well, I appreciate the ranking member bringing these informal agreements to our attention. I would just add that additional context for our members that these requests represent long-standing staff agreements that help facilitate committee operations to ensure that members are better served. I'd like to say to my friend, the ranking member, as we have in the past, that we will continue to ensure that the minority staff has access to information in a timely manner. And to that end, to the greatest extent practicable, we will continue these practices in the 119th Congress.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased that our staffs have, I'd also like to ask whether you intend, of course. Thank you. Finally, it is my understanding that while we will be adopting rules that will permit electronic voting, we will not be using our e-voting system, of course, today. I would like to ask that prior to using e-voting in the committee, our staffs can meet to discuss how we will use it going forward so as not to disadvantage any member of the committee. Would you agree to doing this?
Well, that's what we put in consultation with the ranking member in our package today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your willingness to cooperate on these matters. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. As most of you know, the practice of our subcommittees is to permit any member of the full committee to sit in on hearings and ask questions of witnesses, even when the member is not a member of a particular subcommittee. We've done it in various ways. For example, in the 109th Congress, the chairman made a blanket unanimous consent request at the beginning of the Congress to make the subcommittees more efficient. The UC request today will not address the question of opening statements, which will still be subject to individual unanimous consent requests, but only to the questioning of witnesses. This reflects the routine committee practice. Therefore, without objection, any member of the committee who does not sit on a particular subcommittee may be recognized by the chair of that subcommittee to question witnesses under the 5-minute rule, so long as all members of the subcommittee who are present have already been recognized for their round of questioning. Is there an objection?
Mr. Chairman, Green from Texas.
Mr. Green of Texas is recognized.
Yes, you indicated as long as the members have had an opportunity to be recognized. If a member chooses to pass, I assume that that will be in order, notwithstanding the member being present?
Yes, if the member was present and chose to pass, I would assume they've given up their right in that instance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, then, this is unanimous consent request is so ordered, and the chair thanks the members. Without objection, the staff are authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to all the matters approved by the committee today. If there's no further business to come before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.